The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson. Senator Danielson.
Excused.
Exum. Fields. Senator Fields. Did I? Thank you. Gardner. Janal. Gonzalez. Hanson. Hinrichsen. Huckes Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Excused. Oh, there she is.
Senator Kirkmeyer. Kolker. Senator, thank you. Liston. Lundin. Marchman.
Excused.
Michelson Janae. Malika. Pelton B. Pelton R. Priola. Rich. Roberts. Rodriguez. Simpson. Smallwood. Sullivan. Van Winkle. Will. Winter. Zenzinger. Mr. President.
Here. Morning roll call is 33 present, 0 absent, 2 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Simpson, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Good morning, everyone. Colleagues and guests, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of May 5th, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 6, 2024, correctly revised House Bills 1448, 1454, and 1467.
Committee reports.
May 6, 2024, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1004 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1132 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1338 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1349 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1449 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Message from the reviser.
May 6, 2024, we herewith transmit without comment House Bills 1470 and 1471, without comment as amended House Bill 1468, without comment as amended Senate Bills 206, 110, 41, 34, 195, 224, 209, 124, and 65.
Message from the House.
May 5th, 2024, the House has postponed indefinitely Senate Bills 136 and 181. The bills are returned herewith. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Advisor of Statutes. House Bill 1468, amended as printed in House Journal May 3rd, 2024, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal May 5th, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Advisor of Statutes. House Bills 1470 and 1471. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Advisor of Statutes. Senate Bills 206, 110, 41, 34, 195, 224, 209, and 124, amended as printed in House Journal May 4th, 2024. The House has passed on third reading, transmitted through the riser of statutes, Senate Bill 65, amended as printed in the House Journal May 4th, 2024, page 1920, and amended on third readings as printed in the House Journal May 5th, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bills 143, 149, 64, 203, 116, 129, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 2.
Introduction of resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 21 by Senator Rodriguez and Representative Duran concerning adjournment sine die. Senate Joint Resolution 20 by Senator Rodriguez and Representative Duran concerning the appointment of a joint committee to notify the governor that the second regular session of the 74th General Assembly is about to adjourn sine die.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Joint Resolution 020 lay over until Tuesday, May the 7th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Joint Resolution 20 to Tuesday, May 7th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Joint Resolution 20 will lay over until Tuesday, May 7th. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over Senate Joint Resolution 21 lay over until Wednesday, May the 8th, 2024.
The motion is to lay over Senate Joint Resolution 21 to Wednesday, May 8th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Joint Resolution 21 will lay over until Wednesday, May 8th. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 233 by Senators Hansen and Kirkmeyer and Representatives DeGree, Kennedy, and Frizzell concerning property tax.
State Veterans and Military Affairs. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for a few brief moments of personal privilege.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The aye has it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of things to share with you today. One, today is the day that Holocaust Remembrance Day is commemorated in Israel. And we have a group of students from Israel who are here today. And if they can all stand up, Omdim. This is a group from Ramat HaNegev, and they are here to visit America, and I want to welcome them and also send our hearts as we also commemorated Yom HaShoah, but we did it a couple of weeks ago so that we would have more time. So please welcome our students from Israel who are here today. And if you are so moved, please say hello.
Senator Cutter. Oh, Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have the great honor of having some wonderful teachers from the West Slope joining us today. And I'm going to start out with one, Miss Charlotte Hood. And let me give you a little background on that. Charlotte Hood had the pleasure of teaching Senator V. Pelton in high school. So you know she had her work cut out for her. And so we want to honor a couple teachers there from the West Slope, but the Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the second regular session of the 74th General Assembly hereby extends our warmest congratulations and commendation to Charlotte Hood. Today, the State Senate honors and recognizes Charlotte Hood for her 25 years of service as an educator at the Basalt High School. She began her career with the Roaring Fork School District at Basalt High School in August of 1976, where she taught thousands of students across multiple grade levels in a variety of subjects such as English, math, physical education. She received multiple service awards for her tenure, including a 20-year service award in 1997. Ms. Hood also worked for years at the Glenwood Middle School and served her community as an elected election judge. And When Ms. Hood is an election judge, you know it's run properly. I will say that. We've had that discussion amongst ourselves about that. Ms. Hood's years of service and commitment are recognized and honored this 6th day of May, 2024, on request of Senator Perry Will, giving this 6th day of May, 2024, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed by Senate President Steve Finberg. Let's give Charlotte and her family a hand. She is, she's joined there by her 2 sons and grandkids, et cetera, but I can tell you, both those sons were awesome athletes, firefighters, good community people, ranch, run cattle. Just the Hood family is just a wonderful family over there in my district, and it gives me such pleasure to honor you here today. Thank you.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you. So today is National Teachers Appreciation Week. Goes from May 6th to the 10th. And what people are asking to do is honor an amazing educator in your life by celebrating Teacher Appreciation Week, and show public school educators just how much we support, respect, and admire them by sharing a story of an extraordinary educator, a terrific teacher, or a committed colleague who gives their best in their students, for their students every day. And I have to say, I have the honor and privilege of having a teacher such as Charlotte Hood, who we affectionately called Sarge, because you are not going to get away with anything in her class. I can tell you that there were times when we would be walking to her class and she would look at myself and my best friend and say, Mr. Anthes, Mr. Pelton, please go to the office. I'm not putting up with you today. Those are the kind of things that happened. But she was amazing. She was absolutely an amazing teacher. She used to tell me all the time, Mr. Pelton, you're not stupid, you're just lazy. Now get to work. These are the types of things that she used to tell me. And she really went the extra mile to spend extra time to make sure that we understand like what a gerund is. I still know what that is still to this day because of Charlotte Hood. And another one was Julius Caesar. I taught my daughter Julius Caesar and the Ides of March and everything else, and I learned that in Miss Hood's class. I have to tell you that one of the things that Miss Hood did for me the most was to make sure that she gave me the confidence to be able to stand here today in this wonderful chamber. You did this, Charlotte. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give her another round of applause.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
You know, we were talking about awesome teachers. We have another one over there, Marilyn Latham. If you want to stand, Marilyn, so everyone knows who you are. She's got her family here with her. I couldn't tell you how far back we go with Marilyn and her family, but I've bought horses. You name it. She is an icon in rifle in the West Slope over there, and I mean a true icon. You know, my daughter, we were talking about you this morning on my drive over, Marilyn. You know, your influence as a teacher is the reason she's in business and in business today. And you taught her business and you taught her typing. I was also talking this morning earlier with my neighbor, Buddy McNeil. He said that, Marilyn, you taught him typing. And that may have been a failure on your part because I watched him type. But anyway, such admiration from anyone she's ever taught. And like I say, my daughter told me, she said, Marilyn is the reason I'm in business and taking those classes at Rifle. And that's why she started those Radio Shacks and why she's still in business with Napa Auto Parts and all of that. So we want to honor you today. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the second regular session of the 74th General Assembly hereby extends our warmest congratulations and commendation to Marilyn Williamson Latham. Today, the Colorado State Senate honors and recognizes Marilyn Latham for her 30-plus years of service as an educator at Rifle High School. She was raised in Rifle, where her father had started the Denver Lumber Company. She began teaching in 1972, teaching business, teaching typing, computers, accounting, shorthand, business law, general business, and business math. Ms. Latham was instrumental in starting the mock trial programs and led the Rifle High School team. Since 1985, the Colorado High School mock trial program has brought together attorneys, judges, teachers, and other community leaders to instruct students about judicial system and the trial process. Other coaches said Ms. Latham's teams were always a force to be reckoned with. In 2004, Ms. Latham was awarded the L.S. Wood Charitable Trust Teacher of the Year Award for Garfield County RE2 District for her unmatched energy, knowledge, and ability to organize. Teaching has always been an important part of her life, and her impact on students' lives continues to this day. On the request of Senator Perry Will, given this 6th day of May 2024, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed by Senate President Steve Finberg. So let's give Marilyn a hand. Thank you for coming all the way over here for this. It's a great honor to have both Ms. Hood and Ms. Latham here on the Senate floor. You've had so much influence on so many people. You just heard from one of the senators sitting there in the chair. And, we talked with Senator Pelton, both Peltons, Rod Pelton and Byron Pelton and myself, all grew up in the same town of about 800 people. And there's 3 of us in the Senate chamber. And once in a while, when we're talking about things, I'll turn around to Rod and go, wow, I wonder what Mrs. Vos would think about what we're doing now. So you teachers have a huge impact on people's lives, and I know you have on my daughter's life. So anyway, great honor to have you here. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. Colleagues, it is that time of year. No, I don't mean the pressure cooker that is this legislative chamber. Colleagues, it's graduation season. And so I want to take a moment to extend my appreciation to all of the aides, staff, and interns and volunteers who are graduating this year. Y'all, they have taken time not only to complete their studies, but also to engage here in this building. And so I have a tribute that I'd like to read to acknowledge their work. Some folks are here, some folks are in the House, and some folks are in school right now because they're part-time. And so with that, the Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the 2nd regular session of the 74th General Assembly, hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendations to Colton Arciniaga, Cristal Bermudez, Hend Alnari, Eileen Farrell, Marisol Madrid Flores, Emma Holt, Mercy Kibbitt, Noah Lubert, Sam Maddox, Kat Simons, and Lupita Villegas Trujillo. The members of the Colorado Senate are proud to extend our deepest congratulations to the graduating class of 2024 for this distinct accomplishment. We'd like to give a special congratulations and shout out to all the Senate and House aides, interns, and volunteers who worked alongside us this session while attending school. Your perseverance, determination, and intelligence have helped our offices immensely. We are excited to see where y'all go next and wish you all the best in your future endeavors. On the request of Senadora Julie Gonzalez, given the 6th day of May 2024, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed by President of the Senate, Steve Finberg. Thanks, y'all. Let's give them a round of applause.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up 3rd reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. 3rd reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the titles of all the bills on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1045 by Representatives Armagost and Degree Kennedy and Senators Mullica and Will concerning treatment for substance use disorders and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1046 by Representatives Duran and Evans and Senators Kolker and Kirkmeyer concerning measures to enhance child welfare system tools and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1051 by Representatives Basenecker and Morrow and Senator Gonzalez concerning the regulation of businesses that obtain a permit from the Public Utilities Commission to tow motor vehicles and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1217 by Representatives Amable and Ricks and Senator Mullica concerning the dissemination of patient health care information and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1382 by Representatives Amable and Brown and Senator Mullica concerning requiring health care coverage for pediatric acute onset neuropsychiatric syndrome and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1432 by Representatives Cliffords and Soper and Senator Michelson-Janay concerning eliminating the requirement for a defendant to pay the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for costs related to sealing criminal justice records in the Bureau's custody and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1384 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota and Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer concerning applying for federal grants related to certified community behavioral health clinics. Senate Bill 232 by Senator Rodriguez concerning modifications to the protections for public workers in connection therewith, clarifying certain definitions and standards related to public employee rights and the authority of a public employer to limit such rights consistent with the Protections for Public Workers Act.
I'll get that for you.
House Bill 1001 by Representatives Lukens and Taggart and Senators Roberts and Simpson concerning reauthorization of the Rural Jumpstart Zone program and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1031 by Representatives Bradley and Joseph and Senators Kirkmeyer and Michelson-Janay concerning measures to increase accessibility provided to persons who are involved in matters regarding a child's welfare and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1038 by Representatives Young and Bradley and Senators Kirkmeyer and Fields concerning addressing the high acuity crisis for children and youth in need of residential care and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1055 by Representatives Froelich and Pugliese and Senators Winter and Priola concerning improving child passenger safety. House Bill 1116 by Representatives Byrd and Bradfield and Senators Kirkmeyer and Mullica concerning the extension of the contaminated land state income tax credit. House Bill 1133 by Representatives Mabry and Soper and Senator Rodriguez concerning matters related to access to criminal records. House Bill 1237 by Representatives Bradfield and Lukens and Senators Marchman and Rich concerning the creation of programs for the development of child care facilities and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1240 by Representatives Joseph and Weinberg and Senators Rich and Exum concerning the creation of an income tax subtraction for Siegel AmeriCorps Education Awards. House Bill 1282 by Representatives Martinez and Pugliese and Senators Coleman and Simpson concerning measures to increase the success rates of ninth grade students in public high schools in Colorado and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1335 by Representatives Soper and Titone and Senators Roberts and Gardner concerning the continuation of the regulation of persons related to the final disposition of deceased human bodies and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation. House Bill 1365 by Representatives Lukens and Soper and Senators Bridges and Will concerning regional talent development initiatives and in connection therewith creating the Regional Talent Summit Grant Program and an income tax credit for facility improvement and equipment acquisition costs associated with the training programs designed to alleviate workforce shortages and making an appropriation. House Bill 1376 by Representatives Marvin and Kipp and Senators Zenzinger and Priola concerning measures to increase teacher mentorships in public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1378 by Representatives Lindstedt and Valdez and Senators Sullivan and Gardner concerning consumer protection and event ticket sales. House Bill 1379 by Representatives McCluskey and McCormick and Senators Roberts and Kirkmeyer concerning the regulation of state waters in response to recent federal court action and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1431 by Representatives Lukens and Armagost and Senators Winter and Michelson-Janae concerning the creation of a program to provide stable housing assistance for survivors of abuse and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1439 by Representatives Wilford and Weinberg and Senators Coleman and Baisley concerning financial incentives related to apprenticeship programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1444 by Representatives McLaughlin and Harrod and Senators Bridges and Simpson concerning the recreation of the Federal Indian Boarding School Research Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1464 by Representatives Weinberg and Lindstedt and Senator Mullica concerning the designation of highway zones wherein work affecting the highway is occurring.
Correction on Senate Bill 232, which is Senator Rodriguez and Sullivan and sponsored in the House by Representatives Woodrow and Titone. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for passage of all the third reading of bills, final passage consent calendar, which include House Bill 1045, House Bill 1046, House Bill 1051, House Bill 1217, House Bill 1382, House Bill 1432, House Bill 1384, Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 1001, House Bill 1031, House Bill 1038, House Bill 1055, House Bill 1116, House Bill 1133, House Bill 1237, House Bill 1240, House Bill 1282, House Bill 1335, House Bill 1365, House Bill 1376, House Bill 1378, House Bill 1379, House Bill 1431, House Bill 1439, House Bill 1444, and House Bill 1464.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to take a moment and call out one bill that I'm a supporter of, and it's Senate Bill 232 by the Majority Leader. There's a long story behind this bill that actually goes back to last year. There's a bill that passed last year in this chamber that was extremely divisive. It passed, I believe, both the House and the Senate, at least in an extreme partisan fashion, if not bipartisan opposition. It was very divisive. And instead of the Majority Leader simply passing that bill and moving on, we are oftentimes too divisive in this chamber. He actually took the division from last year and went to work on it. And for the last, I believe, like almost entire year, stakeholders have been working on the divisive bill from last year to try to make it a little bit better, a little bit more workable for the people of Colorado. And that's what we have here before us in 232. So I just want to take a moment and call out the Majority Leader and the good work he's done to see a bill that, I mean, it passed, it was successful. He got it through on partisan fashion, but instead of just sitting there and letting it become law the way it was, kept at it, kept at the stakeholder work, and I thank the Majority Leader for his hard work, which brings before us today Senate Bill 232, which I'll be a supporter of. Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Majority Leader.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just be remiss if I did not come to the well to beg for an aye vote on House Bill 1051, improving and strengthening the Colorado Towing Bill of Rights. We have heard from countless Coloradans about the ways in which bad actor towing companies have created vertical integration, and for that reason, we are ending those practices and supporting consumers. And so I ask for an aye vote, and thank you all for your consideration.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I appreciate the comments from the Senator of Denver on House Bill 1051, and she and I were able to have conversations about this. I'm reluctantly a no vote on House Bill 1051 today, which is why I wanted to say a few words about it, because I'm extremely supportive of the work that's being done around that bill, and I'm a no vote because I don't think the bill goes far enough, actually. And these were the conversations we have. All I'm looking for on House Bill 1051, colleagues, and this is an issue in my district. This is an issue in my district where all I hoped for in this bill was finally a requirement that if there's going to be an area where your vehicle is at risk of being towed involuntarily, that there is a sign that says, you can park here if you want to go to this establishment and do this between these hours, but if you're here between those hours, maybe visiting a different establishment that shares a parking lot, and this is an adjacent parking lot that, guess what, folks, don't park here. Like if you want to go to the karate studio and not to the Thai restaurant, even though they share a parking lot, you can get towed. So I appreciate the work that the senator's done, particularly on the times. I think that's critically important to address. And again, I have no problem with tows in general, and I'm supportive of an industry. When I call for a tow truck, which as a person with an antique car, I've done more times than I like to share with the group. I like for there to be tow trucks available and that I don't have to wait a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks for somebody to come help me with a tow when I need one. But when it comes to these involuntary tows, I just think that there needs to be more work done so that when a logical person parks someplace, they can look at a sign and easily determine, am I okay to park here or am I not? If you go through the details of House Bill 1051, I think you will see it is a near miss. We're very, very close on this one, and I talked to the senator from Denver directly about it. I encourage her to continue work on this next year. My district asks you to keep working on this next year, if nothing else, just to provide that notification. So I appreciate the work. I'll reluctantly be a no vote today, but I wanted to make sure she knew why. And when I come back next year into the gallery, I'll be cheering you all on while you pass the next bill on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Smallwood, what exactly is an involuntary tow?
Non-consensual.
I mean, all my tows are voluntary. Where would that be? Like on your shoulder? You'd have like an involuntary tow? Huh. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I nearly had this 1051 pulled off the consent calendar. But since the sponsor spoke about it, I'm an enthusiastic aye on the bill. Regulation of this industry is the exception that proves the rule that I am against all unnecessary regulation. This is really necessary. The abuses are rampant. I appreciate the work of the senator from Denver. I'm not completely happy with the bill, though, myself. I will be an aye. I had wanted it to be known and called and to have an amendment to call it Julie's Law. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you to the good senator from El Paso County. We can informally call it that. To the good senator from Parker, getting to run another towing bill next year, don't threaten me with a good time.
See no further discussion. The motion is the passage of all of the bills on third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded a no vote on House Bill 1045, House Bill 1051, House Bill 1382, House Bill 1431. Sure.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded a no vote on House Bill 1045, House Bill 1051, House Bill 1382, House Bill 1431.
Senator Rich will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1045, 1051, 1382, and 1431. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on the following bills. House Bill 1045, House Bill 1046, House Bill 1051, House Bill 1217, House Bill 1384, House Bill 1038, House Bill 1055, House Bill 1237, House Bill 1240, House Bill 1282, House Bill 1365, House Bill 1376, House Bill 1378, and House Bill 1431.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1045, 1046, 1051, 1217, 1384, 1038, 1055, 1237, 1240, 1282, 1365, 1376, 1378, and 1431.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be a no vote on House Bill 1051, House Bill 1217, House Bill 1382, and House Bill 1378.
Senator Pelton B will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1051, 1217, 1382, 1378. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Mr. President, I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1045, House Bill 1051, House Bill 1432, House Bill 1055, House Bill 1282, and House Bill 1444. Thank you.
Senator Liston will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1045, 1051, 1432, 1055, 1282, and 1444. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. This might take a moment. Mr. President, I wish to be recorded as a no vote on the following bills: House Bill 1045, House Bill 1046, House Bill 1051, House Bill 1217, House Bill 1384, House Bill 1001, House Bill 1038, House Bill 1055, House Bill 1237, House Bill 1240, House Bill 1282, House Bill 1365, House Bill 1376, House Bill 1378, House Bill 1439, and finally, House Bill 1444.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1045, 1046, 1051, 1217, 1384, 1001, 1038, 1055, 1237, 1240,
Yes.
1282, 1365, 1376, 1378,
I'm not sure if we could do that.
1439, and 1444. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1045, House Bill 1051, House Bill 1217, 1365, 1431, 1464, 1282, 1378, and 1217.
Senator Pelton R. will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1045, 1046, 1045, 1051, 1217, 1282, 1365, 1378, 1431, and 1464. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1051, 1217, and 1055. Thank you.
Senator Will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1051, 1217, and 1055. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. So much negativity in the world. I wish to be recorded as an aye vote on all of the bills on the third reading consent calendar, with the exception of House Bill 1432.
Senator Gardner will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1432. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1045, 1051, 1217, 1382, 1055.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1045, 1051, 1217, 1382, and 1055. Mr. Minority Leader.
Good morning, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded. Consequently, I request to be recorded as a no vote on the following bills: House Bill 1051, 1217, 1382, 1055, and 1045.
Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1051, 1217, 1382, 1055, and 1045. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to change my vote on, I wish to be a yes on 1282, but a no on 1382.
Senator Pelton R. will be recorded as a yes on 1282 and will be marked as a no on 1382. With a vote of 26 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1045 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senators Winter, Bridges, Gonzalez, Priola, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Kolker, Exum. With a vote of 31 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1046 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senators Priola, Hinrichsen, Bridges, Zenzinger, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Buckner, Kolker. With a vote of 24 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1051 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Hinrichsen, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Sullivan, Winter, Mullica, Exum, Gardner, Colker, Fields. Please add the president. With a vote of 26 ayes, 7 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1217 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janae, Exum, Cutter, Buckner. With a vote of 28 ayes, 5 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1382 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Janal, Priola, Roberts, Zenzinger, Exum, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Buckner.
With a vote of 31 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Bill 1432 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Cutter, Buckner, Priola, Jaquez Lewis, with a vote of 31 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Bill 1384 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Mullica, Exum, Will, Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Priola, Buckner, Janal, Simpson, Gonzalez, Henriksen. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 232 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Gonzalez, Winter, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Priola, Mullica, Exum, Smallwood, Van Winkle. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1001 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Mullica, Janal, Zenzinger, Bridges, Winter, Cutter, Priola, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Gonzalez, Liston, Pelton R., Will, with a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1031 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Zenzinger, Janal, Gonzalez, Priola, Fields, Buckner, Cutter, Will, Exum, with a vote of 31 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1038 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Janal, Roberts, Exum, Zenzinger, Mullica, Bridges, Priola, Buckner, Michelson, Janae. Cutter, Jaquez Lewis. With a vote of 27 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1055 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Michelson, Janae, Buckner. Priola, you're welcome to co-sponsor again. All right. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Bill 1116 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Priola, Michelson, Janae, Cutter, with a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1133 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Van Winkle, Michelson, Janae, Cutter, Buckner, Priola, with a vote of 31 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1237 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Michelson, Janae, Mullica, Exum, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Buckner, Priola, Zinzinger, Janal. With a vote of 31 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1240 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Cutter, Michelson, Janae, Mullica, Priola. With a vote of 30 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1282 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Michelson, Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Winter, Zinzinger, Priola, Buckner, Sullivan, Exum, Mullica, Roberts, Henriksen. It's a great bill. 1282. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1335 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Gonzalez, Priola, Buckner, Michelson, Janae, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Sullivan, Fields, Janal, Liston, Henriksen, Lundeen, Mr. Minority Leader. With a vote of 29 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1365 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Buckner, Priola, Michelson, Janae, Cutter, with a vote of 31 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1376 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Buckner, Michelson, Janae, Priola, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Bridges, Janal, Exum, Mullica, Fields, Winter. With a vote of 30 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1378 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Cutter, Michelson, Janae, Priola, Liston, Exum. Buckner. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1379 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Priola, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Buckner, Mullica, Pelton R., Simpson, Will, Zenzinger, Exum, Fields, Gardner. With a vote of 30 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1431 is passed. Senators, co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Buckner, Priola, Cutter, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Janal, Exum, Zenzinger, 1431, Mullica, Roberts. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Bill 1439 is passed. Co-sponsors, great bill. Senators Bridges, Priola, Buckner, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Exum, Fields, Mullica, Roberts, Smallwood, yes, absolutely. What a great man. With a vote of 31 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1444 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Janal, Henriksen, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Fields, Priola, Buckner, Will, Mullica, Roberts. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1464 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Priola, Cutter, Exum, Bridges, Van Winkle, Corrections. Please add Senator Gonzalez as a co-sponsor to 1432. Please add Minority Leader Lundeen as a co-sponsor to 1379. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we are going to be proceeding out of order to move up to a special order second reading of bills calendar. While we will take a brief recess so those can be passed out, and then we'll go into the second reading of bills, and we'll go from there.
The motion is to go out of order for a special order second reading of bills. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll proceed out of order to special order second reading of bills. Take a brief senatorial 5. I made that motion already. Oh, we already did? You did it earlier? No,
she'll let me know. She messed up yesterday.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed out of orders to take up special order second reading of bills. And on that, or do we have to vote on that? Do we have to take a vote? Do we have to take a vote on proceeding out? You know what? It's first on the list. There you go. All right.
So never mind. We can just go to second reading.
2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1230, House Bill 1456, House Bill 1459, House Bill 1024, House Bill 1458, House Bill 1469, House Bill 1036, House Bill 1052, House Bill 1054, House Bill 1095, House Bill 1108, House Bill 1153, House Bill 1157, House Bill 1164, House Bill 1268, House Bill 1295, House Bill 1311, House Bill 1312, House Bill 1314, House Bill 1315, House Bill 1316, House Bill 1462 on special order second reading of bills at the hour of 11:26.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 11:26. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 11:26. Special orders. Second reading of bills. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special order, second reading of bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair.
Dylan.
He was just here. He can't take it no more.
Slowly.
Period.
I'm putting, Dylan, I'm rolling 12:30 on the calendar.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1230 to the end of the calendar.
Motion is to lay over House Bill 1230 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over to the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1456?
House Bill 1456 by Representatives Marvin and Doherty and Senator Michelson Janae concerning testing for syphilis during the perinatal period.
Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1456.
To the bill.
This bill is regarding increased testing for syphilis during the perinatal period because we know that if we test sooner, we can stop the syphilis that's transferring to our babies. And we have a syphilis crisis, and this could stop our syphilis crisis. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues. So, first of all, I want to thank the good senator from Commerce City for bringing this bill. And even though I'm going to be a no vote, because I'm now so conflicted, this is probably necessary legislation. And I'll tell you why I'm so conflicted, is because the good senator from Commerce City was not here in 2019 when we reviewed House Bill 19-1032. And so I'm going to use this as one of my last kind of ill-advised, toot your own horn, I told you so moments. When debate was going on in this chamber on 19-1032, I warned everyone here of the looming congenital syphilis problem that we were helping to create in the state of Colorado. And that it was going to be an issue that we had to deal with, and the language that the proponents of House Bill 19-1032 insisted on, would not let me amend, would not let me change, is part of why today we have House Bill 1456 and what should be, which isn't, but should be, a colossal fiscal note to go along with it. I want to read to you part of the legislative declaration of this bill, House Bill 1456. I'm on page 2. Syphilis is, we all know this, bacterial infection, causes severe infection, occurs when infection is passed to the fetus during pregnancy, can cause miscarriage, stillbirth, severe congenital abnormalities, or death. The Department of Health Policy Financing estimates this is going to cost a fortune, which it does. According to the Federal Centers for Disease Control, over 10 times as many babies were born with syphilis in 2022 than in 2012. The highest number of infected babies reported in a single year since the year of our Lord, 1992. Okay? This is what we talked about right here in 2019. Here's the important statistic. Colorado, colleagues, has experienced a 900% increase in congenital syphilis cases since 2017. We were having this discussion in 2019, saying, hey, folks, we've got to do something. And what did we do? When we could have worked to educate young people about the dangers of congenital syphilis, what it causes to newborns, how much it costs to fix this. Instead, what we did in 2019 in House Bill 1032 was to say, here's what we're doing. Because I don't know if you all remember, but when I was a young person and we were being taught about human sexuality, there was an emphasis on safe sex, on abstinence, on reducing the number of sexual partners that somebody has. And when I came up to talk about how 1032 was a 180-degree change from that, everybody laughed at me, like, oh, you're such a dinosaur, senator, what an anachronism, things like safe sex and abstinence and all of that. So the proponents of House Bill 19-1032 made sure to put in here, like, we can talk about nothing's going to prohibit discussion of health, moral, ethical, religious values as they pertain to comprehensive human sexuality, healthy relationships, family formation. However, human sexuality instruction must not explicitly or implicitly use shame-based, which I agree with, or stigmatizing language or instructional tools. And what terrified me was in committee, when folks came to testify, what I heard was that what we want to do in the state of Colorado is move towards a sex-positive culture. That was the phrase. In fact, I learned that phrase in 2019. That's why I remember it. I had to Google, like, what is sex positive? And I learned sex positive language, culture, is exactly what I thought it was. A 180-degree shift from telling folks, you might consider limiting the number of sexual partners that you have. Maybe. You might consider using safe sex techniques like condoms. You may want to do that. You may want to basically do everything as close as I had been in the world of HIV and AIDS prevention and as much as I supported for decades everything that we were doing in HIV and AIDS prevention, this was a 180-degree shift from that. In fact, the proponents in that area came to me going, I don't know what we're trying to pass here. This is the opposite of what we've been trying to teach folks. So the language itself, in my opinion, was purposefully vague to say, yeah, we don't want to use shame-based instructional tools. I agree with that. We don't want to use stigmatizing language. I agree with that. But what happened instead, because of the language that was in this, in 1032, is that we shifted as a state from a focus, which, by the way, House Bill 1032 prohibits a focus on things like abstinence and protected intercourse. 1032 prohibited those things. And when you tell young people at a young age, and these are my words, not House Bill 1032, is young folks, what you need to do, because we're not here to tell you what to do as a bunch of dinosaur old people, what you need to do is forget everything you ever heard about abstinence or limiting the number of sexual partners or using protection. What you need to go do is have sexual relations with as many people as you feel like, and ideally in an unprotected way. That's how I read a lot of House Bill 1032. And because of that, I came to this spot, gave this warning, asked for language in 1032 to be changed to reflect this fear of an upcoming, I don't know that you can call it an epidemic or a pandemic, but I don't know, for the healthcare professionals, what else do you call a 900% increase in congenital syphilis cases? And I'm not talking about since 1870 or since 1982. Colleagues, this is from 2017. This is not that long ago, a 900% increase. So now you all have to vote yes on House Bill 1456. Again, kudos to the bill sponsor, kudos to the proponents, realizing that now we have a firestorm. But I'm voting no because we could have avoided this firestorm. That we should not be needing House Bill 1456 at this point. So I'm taking nothing away from the sponsor, taking nothing away from the motivations. I'm taking everything away from the proponents of the last comprehensive sex education bill, which had tons of good stuff in it that I didn't argue about. I didn't come up here and argue about it. But I did argue about this 180-degree shift from protecting young people from things like congenital syphilis. We decided not to do so. So vote your conscience on House Bill 1456. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is Senator Fields.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I'm here standing in strong support of House Bill 1456. You've heard me say this before, and I have to say it again. Don't get distracted. This bill is about protecting moms and babies. That's what this bill is all about. You hear all of this talk about the language and the rhetoric. Yeah, it's important. But when you go through all of it, it's about protecting moms and babies. It's not about sex education. It's not about safe sex. It's about public health. You heard the senator talk about the numbers, a 900% increase in syphilis cases in 2017. That's the data that we have. Doesn't mean that it's been shrinking, that number goes down. What this bill does in simple language, instead of that mom getting one test, she gets 3. Why? because of the disease when it passes along to that infant, that baby. There's all kinds of other medical issues that go along with that. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to protect moms and babies. This bill, by the way, does not increase any financial impact to the state of Colorado, but it gives that mom and that baby an opportunity to understand what's going on and how they can be effectively treated. It is about prevention. Current law says you get one test for prenatal care visit. Already law. Because we're seeing an increase in I can't even pronounce the word, syphilis. Thank you. We're giving moms an opportunity to get tested 2 more times. That's what the bill does. So if you care about women, and if you care about babies, then you need to vote yes to test the mom and the baby. Why in the world would somebody vote no on that? What else did I have here? I think I've mentioned everything that I wanted to say, but I did want to conclude with this. 17 other states require testing for pregnant moms, and they're doing this in the 3rd trimester at the delivery of the baby because it's the right thing to do. It's the safe thing to do. Texas is doing it. Georgia is doing it. Arizona is doing it. North Carolina is doing it, just to name a few. Why wouldn't we want the great state of Colorado to test moms and babies? Doesn't cost us anything more, but what the bill will do, it will save lives of moms and babies. And that's the side I stand on. I stand on the side of women and the side of moms and safe delivery of babies. Vote yes.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and very much appreciate the words from my good colleague from Aurora, because as usual, we agree about most things. We agree. That's why I picked my words very carefully when I came before you, and you didn't hear me say something like, I urge a no vote, or I stand in opposition against House Bill 1456. Because I don't. So I gave kudos to the bill sponsor, because I don't. What apparently I did not do a very good job communicating to not only this body, but to people listening online. What I've failed to clearly communicate is why we need House Bill 1456. Because the senator from Aurora is absolutely right. Congenital syphilis occurs when the infection is passed to a fetus during pregnancy and can cause miscarriage, stillbirth, severe congenital abnormalities, or death. Somebody tell me how something gets more important than what I just read to you. Give me an example of something more severe. And oh, by the way, for the bean counters listening online. The Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing estimates that the cost of care for a baby born with syphilis is approximately $30,000. $30,000 in the baby's first year of life. It's expensive. It's potentially fatal. And what I guess I left out or didn't communicate clearly, colleagues, it's preventable. I'm not going to keep using the same words online that can use to be made a Smallwood montage later on. But somebody smarter than me tell me how does one prevent congenital syphilis? Anybody want to venture a guess on how we prevent? I'll give you a hint. It costs about $0.25. At least that's what I've heard from the non-Catholics in the chamber. Anybody want to venture a guess of how we prevent a disease that is this life-threatening and this expensive? Part of it costs $0.25 and part of it's free. And guess what schools are no longer allowed to place an emphasis on because of this brilliant body here and the decisions that we make in this space? We will not prioritize the discussion of either of those things. We're instead going to allow a 900% increase in congenital syphilis since 2017, and we're now going to have to do all this testing, and now we're going to have to play catch up because we didn't do the right things in this state to begin with. That's why we're in the situation of needing House Bill 1456. And again, if I wasn't clear, I think you do need House Bill 1456. And I think that several folks in this building are complicit in needing House Bill 1456 because it was so important to change the language that we use with our young people when it comes to sex education. It was so important that we push the sex-positive agenda. And this is what you get. And this is what you get in 2024. And when I come back to visit in 2026 and in 2028, we're going to be having the same conversation again, but it's going to be about something more than congenital syphilis unless you all go back into those statute books and change what we are teaching young people in this state. And I'm careful with the word complicit, but I tried as best I could to be as clear as I could in 2019 that this was the tidal wave that we were creating. And it bothers me because this is avoidable. Senator from Aurora is right. Now we got to do something about it. It's life-threatening, it's fatal, it's expensive, but what nobody else seems to remember is that it's preventable. And all we have to do is teach young people that it's preventable, and we will at least have done something to address this other than throwing testing at it when it's too darn late. And pray that people actually do the testing. That's what we're going to do now. That's the point I was trying to make. And I'm happy to debate that point all day long. Everybody else can come streaming up, and let's talk about why sex positive is a good thing for the state of Colorado. And I'll keep bringing up statistics like 900% increase in congenital syphilis. And we'll have that debate right here. I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1456. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1456 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1459?
House Bill 1459 by Representatives Herod and Garcia and Senators Buckner and Gonzalez concerning protections for birthing persons.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1459 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1459. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1459 is adopted. Will Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1024?
House Bill 1024 by Representatives Story and Velasco and Senator Cutter concerning the continuation of public outreach campaigns relating to wildfire risk mitigation in the wildland-urban interface and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1024 and the appropriations report.
There are no reports, so to the bill.
Thank you. So this bill is this is one of our wildfire matters interim committee bills, and it's concerning the continuation of a public outreach campaign that we started 2 years ago. So really, this is just taking something we've already put existing resources in and extending it. We've already had the creative developed, and it's been very effective in reaching people to tell them what they need to do to protect their homes in the wildland-urban interface. So it's helping us help people help themselves, us supporting people helping themselves. So I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Peltonar. Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to come down to the well and say I heard this bill in committee, and I was a no vote. I realize it came from the interim committee, but it seems like every session we throw more and more money at this problem. I realize that it is a problem, but we're going to be hitting a financial wall in this state here pretty quick, so I would urge a no vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1458. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? I'm sorry, 1024. Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1024, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1024. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. 1024 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to 1458?
House Bill 1458 by Representatives Duran and Armagost and Senators Zenzinger and Roberts concerning the creation of the Division of Animal Welfare in the Department of Agriculture in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1458 on second reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1458. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1458 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to 1469?
House Bill 1469 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota and Senators Zenzinger and Bridges concerning the classification of certain collections as collections for another government for purposes of calculating state fiscal year spending pursuant to Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution.
Who's going to run and make it first? All right, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1469 on second reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1469. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1469 is adopted.
Thank you.
Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to 1036?
House Bill 1036 by Representatives Weissman and Frizzell and Senators Hansen and Kolker concerning the adjustment of certain tax expenditures.
Senator Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1036
And 1052.
and 1052 to lay over to the end of the calendar.
Great. The motion is to lay over 1036 and 1052 to the bottom of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will lay those two bills over to the bottom of the calendar. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to 1054?
House Bill 1054 by Representatives Amable and Garcia and Senators Fields and Coleman concerning implementation of jail standards in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1054 on second reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1054. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1054 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1095?
House Bill 1095 by Representatives Leader and Amable and Senator Sullivan concerning protection for minor workers in the Colorado Youth Employment Opportunity Act of 1971 and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 24-1095 on second reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1095. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1095 is adopted.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1108?
House Bill 1108 by Representatives McCluskey and Amable and Senator Roberts concerning a study of the market for property and casualty insurance policies issued to certain entities in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1108 on second reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1108. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 1108 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1153?
House Bill 1153 by Representatives Garcia and Wilford and Senators Cutter and Hagas Lewis concerning continuing education requirements for physicians.
Senator Hagas Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1153, and I guess we don't have a HHS report. No, actually, that was, yep, that's it, just the bill.
There are no reports. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1153. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1153 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title of House Bill 1157?
House Bill 1157 by Representatives Lindsted and Vihil concerning support for Colorado employee-owned businesses. Forgive me. House Bill 1157 by Representatives Lindsted and Vihil and Senator Bridges concerning support for Colorado employee-owned businesses and in connection therewith, support for businesses transitioning to and in the early stages of employee ownership and making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Kolker will be joining me on this bill. I move House Bill 1157 and ask for an aye vote.
And
the Appropriations Committee report. My bad.
Thank you. To the committee report.
We appropriately appropriated the appropriate appropriation.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the option of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Any further discussion? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the bill sponsors for bringing this bill forward. It does establish the Employee Ownership Office, which was previously established administratively by the governor, so it puts it into statute as a statutory entity within OEDIT. And then it introduces an income tax credit for new employee-owned businesses with the administration overseeing the office. And the issue, not necessarily every tax credit that comes before us, it seems like a really good idea. Problem is, I think we're at like 37 or 38 tax credits this year that are brand new. Many of them, it used to be when a tax credit came forward, it was only for 3 years. That's because the chair of the House Finance Committee, Chairwoman Lois Court, insisted that no tax credit lasts longer than 3 years because when a recession happens, these tax credits often are still going out the door even though we're cutting our budgets like crazy. A lot of these tax credits, they go on in perpetuity. I need to get my bill folder and check on the length of this tax credit to see if there is a sunset on it. I believe this might have been the one that came through our committee very quickly that did not have a sunset on it. In fact, actually this is the day I believe I was serving on 2 different committees at once, so I may have missed this bill. But the accumulation of all the tax credits, the 37, 38 of them that are going, is each one takes a portion of the taxpayer bill of rights refunds and just takes a little bit of it, curves it out, and gives it to a specific group. In this case, it's the employee-owned business office in income tax credit. And when you take out, $1 million here, $5 million here, $10 million there, it really starts adding up. In the taxpayer bill of rights refunds, that would be $800, $1,000, $1,200, it just keeps getting chipped away down and down and down. So multiply that by 38, multiply all those fiscal loans together, and you have a dramatic decrease in the amount of money going back to the taxpayers of Colorado through the Tabor refunds. And so I do want to just warn the body, maybe this one is a good idea, maybe it's an innovative idea, maybe it's going to do some good in the world, but it's not alone. There's like 38 other ones similar. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator, soon to be county commissioner from just a little further south of me. This bill has a 5-year sunset, and if we look at all of the tax credits combined, the senator is correct, there's a lot of them. We did a lot of math to make sure that in no future year, the total went above $300 million, which is what we got in a memo from Greg Sabetsky to make sure that we are not doing anything irresponsible with tax credits in the budget. So we have looked at that very carefully. We did the math, and officially, according to the folks who study these things in great depth, these tax credits should not put us in any fiscal danger, at least over the next 5 years.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my sincere thanks to the drafters, or the authors of this bill, the sponsors of the bill, I should say, for putting a 5-year sunset on. I think that should essentially be a standard for all tax credits going through this body, is either a 3 or a 5-year sunset. It is greatly appreciated that this one sounds like it was crafted wisely, and I do appreciate that from the bill sponsors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1157. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1157 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of House Bill 1164.
Oh, I think we need to read the bill. Sorry, I thought you were laying over a bill or something. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title of House Bill 1164?
House Bill 1164 by Representatives Tatone and Wilford and Senators Buckner and Winter concerning measures to provide menstrual products at no expense to students and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
There you go.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of 1164.
Is there any discussion? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I was on HHS committee just this one time this year. Education. You absolutely. I apologize. So what's education? And I did hear this bill. Well, and on education, it was confusing which committee, but my apologies for that. This makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons that we would want to provide menstrual products for students as just routine in K-12 restrooms, but something that we don't do as a state. We don't require by law that K-12s, schools, that they provide toilet tissue, nor soap, nor seat covers, nor a way to dry their hands. We don't. This is a weird approach to me that the state would leapfrog over the Department of Education, Colorado Department of Education, or maybe even the school boards or the school superintendents, the operations, to tell them to do something that's just quite reasonable for them to be doing in the first place. So I'm scratching my head on whether this should actually be state law. The approach that I would rather take is we make a phone call, or we send out issue a memo, a letter to all of them and just say, hey, why don't you all do this? It would be good for your students and it makes sense, and let's just be good and normal. So I had made the commitment that I would reach out to the Colorado Department of Education between the committee meeting and now, before this got to the floor. I just haven't had the opportunity, seeing as how it's been kind of busy around here. So I will endeavor to reach out to them before this comes back to the floor for third reading. But at any rate, I think it's a good idea, but should not be our law. We should be telling the schools that they ought to be doing this just as a matter of just good operations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, let's be clear about what House Bill 1164 is all about. It's for our girls. It's for our girls when they're at school that they will have access to products. So they don't have to worry about not coming to school because they don't have the products that they need while they're on their period. Once again, other states are doing this. It's about protecting our girls, making sure that they can focus on their learning and not have to focus on if they have the money to pay for the products that they need. It is a good idea. It is a right approach. Read the bill. It gives schools an option. It's a grant program to help our girls with the products that they need so they can focus on their learning. Vote yes on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1164. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1164 is adopted. Mr. Huber, please read the title of House Bill 1268.
House Bill 1268 by Representatives Weissman and Ortiz and Senators Exum and Fields concerning fiscal policy for the financial support of certain low-income individuals based on need and in connection therewith making organizational modifications to the grants for real property tax assistance and heat or fuel expenses assistance, ending such grants for individuals with a disability beginning January 1st, 2025, and creating an income tax credit for qualified individuals with a disability to claim for tax years commencing on or after January 1st, 2025.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1268 on second reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1268. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1268 is adopted. Mr. Huber, please read the title of House Bill 1295.
House Bill 1295 by Representatives Tatone and Herod and Senators Fenberger and Coleman concerning community revitalization incentives for the support of creative industries and in connection therewith extending the community grant revitalization program, creating an income tax credit for expenses incurred in completing infrastructure that supports creative industries and creative industry workers and making an appropriation.
Go ahead, man. I'm gonna be here.
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1295 along with the Finance and Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report. Finance report. To the
In the
Finance
Finance
report.
Committee, we adopted an amendment that facilitated allowing the entity to actually own and operate facilities rather than just helping finance and provide grants to them.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee did what they do, and they appropriated.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Any further discussion? Nope. Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1295. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1295 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, please read the title of House Bill 1311.
House Bill 1311 by Representatives Degree Kennedy and Wilford and Senators Winter and Coleman concerning the creation of a family affordability tax credit and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm laying over 1311 to the end of the calendar.
Motion before us is to lay over House Bill 1311 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1311 will be laid over to the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1312?
House Bill 1312 by Representatives Sirota and Garcia and Senator Rodriguez concerning a state income tax credit for individuals in the care workforce and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of House Bill 1312.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1312. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1312 is adopted. Mr. Huber, please read the title of House Bill 1314.
House Bill 1314 by Representatives Lukens and Martinez and Senators Gonzalez and Will concerning expanding the income tax credit for qualified costs incurred in preservation of historic structures and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Will.
Go.
Senator Will.
Thank you. I move 13,
House Bill 1314.
1314.
So moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. 1314 on the bill. Yes. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate the speediness at which the bill sponsors were moving this bill through. It is an important bill. It amends a historic structure preservation tax credit by reducing the age requirements from 50 to 30 years. And that is an important thing to think about, because what it's allowing it to happen is a tax credit will be going to buildings that were built. It used to be, they had to be 50 years old to be considered a historic building. And what this bill does is it amends that to make it buildings that were built 30 years ago. Now, members, 30 years ago, when we're thinking about buildings, I know this building here is very old and is clearly a historic building. There's clearly historic buildings when you drive through Pueblo, when you drive throughout Colorado, especially outside the Denver metro area, that are clearly historic buildings that clearly, especially on the main streets of many of our small towns across Colorado, could use some refurbishment, and this tax credit aims to help with that. However, one of the issues I had with the bill, and I raised it in committee, I'll raise it here again today, which is that reduction of the calling a building built 30 years ago historic and then thus eligible for this tax credit through History Colorado. So History Colorado, when I think of them getting involved with a project, I think of an old, like an opera house in Cripple Creek, or one of the storied old historic buildings of Pueblo, Colorado, something like that. What this bill does is it expands it to a building built, because the bill takes effect next year. Actually, if a building was built in 1995, it will now be eligible for a historic tax credit. When I think of 1995, I mean, most of the houses in Colorado were built before 1995. 1995 for a building is not something that I would consider historic. And yet, many buildings built in 1995 or 1994, 1993, 1992, 1991, 1990, these buildings will now be eligible for this tax credit through History Colorado. It was one of the things I found, it was actually the main reason for my no vote in committee. I did ask History Colorado about this portion of it, and I wasn't satisfied with the answer enough to get me to move from a no to a yes vote. Although, interestingly enough, I do believe the answer largely was, well, we're going to review every project and make sure that the truly historic ones are the center point of the bulk of the money going to these historic preservations, the historic buildings. However, then that raises the question, well, why is it in the bill? Why are we making buildings completed in 1995 eligible for this tax credit? So that was the reason I was a no vote in committee, and I believe I can only guess as to the lower chamber, but it did receive bipartisan opposition in the lower chamber, and I'm guessing that has something to do with it, because if we are focused on the tax credit for preserving historic structures in Colorado, we should be talking about truly historic structures, and a building completed in 1995 is not something I would call a historic structure in Colorado. So I urge a no vote as long as that portion of the bill is still in there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gonzalez.
As an elder millennial, let me assure you that Gen Alpha doesn't just consider that we are historic. They consider us all to be ancient. I appreciate History Colorado's definition, and I ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm guessing this portion of the bill did come from History Colorado. And I would just say, I mean, if there was a senator elected who was born in 1995 here, we would be like, holy smokes, that's one of the youngest senators in the history of Colorado. Like, 1995 was not that long ago. It's not certainly something that's historic. So when it comes to deciding, this is a very limited pool of taxpayer dollars. The taxpayer dollars are being sent to refurbish historic structures. So if it's like the Opera House in Cripple Creek versus a building built in 1995, it's like the Opera House in Cripple Creek is clearly historic. The one built in 1995, I would argue, calling that historic that needs preservation, that needs taxpayers from around the state of Colorado to give up their Tabor refunds in order to pay for the refurbishment of something built in 1995 seems almost absurd. I wish it wasn't in the bill, and continue to ask for a no vote on this tax structure with great regard for the amazing senator from Newcastle, Colorado, and the great senator from Denver who are bringing the bill with very good intentions that very much want to make sure that the money goes into historic structures to preserve the history of Colorado, especially on these main streets, especially things like that Opera House in Cripple Creek or the historic structure in Pueblo. I agree, those things should be preserved, and the people of Colorado, I think, would be in broad agreement for it. I do wish the money wouldn't be coming from Tabor refunds again. That's one complaint, but the main complaint is calling something built and completed in 1995 to be called historic and thus eligible for taxpayer dollars from folks in my district and your district to go to buildings in 1995. The building codes of 1995, I mean, we're not talking 1895 here, 1995, just 30 short years ago. And I continue with deep respect for the senator from Newcastle and Denver who do want to do very good work for historic structures and preserving them. I think this undermines the premise of the bill. I think it undermines the premise of the tax credit, and I think it weakens the argument that the taxpayers of Colorado should be on the hook for refurbishing buildings across the state of Colorado that are historic. When you dilute the term historic to the point where it's no longer historic, it doesn't mean what History Colorado apparently thinks it means. When I think of History Colorado, I think of Colorado's history, the great storied history, the stories of years past, the great governors we've had that stood up to the federal government in World War II against Japanese internment camps. I think of the historic structures that History Colorado does get involved in, and they save those structures and they refurbish them so that a whole new generation of people can learn something about the history that came before them in Colorado. I don't think about buildings built in 1995 that just have very little historic value, and I think it undercuts the entire premise of the work that History Colorado does and this tax credit, which on almost all cases will probably be going to those great structures, but why even risk it? Why even dilute the term historic by reducing this to buildings built in 1995? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know, and I tend to agree the 30-year thing. I understand that, but one of the properties that was recently listed on the State Register of Historic Properties, I think to demonstrate this is maybe the need for the change was the Far East Center located on Federal Avenue in Denver. And that property was constructed in 1988, but it's a significance for its association with the importance to the Asian American community, and it's an important geographic landmark. So the designation of that building, which is built in 1988, on the State Register was affirmed unanimously by the State Review Board, and as a result, the designation of the bill is officially recognized as historic. But however, the building is less than 50 years old, but the family who developed the Far East Center are prevented from utilizing the state preservation tax credit for historic buildings due to that 50-year cutoff. And so it was really about historic, the significance to the culture and certain communities, and that was why that was changed. I do know, and I understand the good senator from Highlands Ranch here talking about that. I mean, in my district, I have so many of these old buildings that have been renovated, and heck, the old school in Newcastle has, I can't remember how many apartments, 20-some apartments in it now. Multiple apartments above some of these old historic buildings in Rifle serve as housing units. I know the Cochran School in Cortez, there's 12 units in there. The Brush School, the Central School, that turned into 40 units. So I like this bill, and I think it's better to renovate these old historic buildings than to scrape new ground to build on. So I am in strong support of this bill.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I hadn't paid a whole lot of attention to this, but you know, really, when you think about it, a good senator from Highlands Ranch, when he brought this up, you know, when we think about something that's old and historic and preservation, in all fairness to the good senator from Newcastle, you know, we don't think of something that's 30 or 35 years old as really being old. I mean, in chronological age for humans, somebody who's 30 or 35 is considered a young person. Even 40 is young. And when you're looking at the idea of historic preservation, you know, we all want to keep old buildings around and intact, but for a 30, 35-year-old building, for accounting purposes, a lot of the way buildings and equipment can be depreciated, buildings can be depreciated over 50 years or more, certainly not over 30 years. So when we think of an old building, you know, like I say, I'm into history, and I've been to a lot of historical sites, whether it's in Colorado and so forth. I always think of something that's worthy of historical preservation is 75, 100 years or more. You know, with all due respect, not 30 or 35 years. That's young in almost any vernacular. I know that there are buildings and structures and things around Colorado that are 150 years old. Certainly, those types of structures are worthy of being designated for historical preservation. But we also have to think about the amount of money, you know, that would be for this tax credit. I don't have the fiscal note here in front of me, but there again, with all the tax credit bills that are out there, you know, we have finite resources, and for the buildings that are truly old, which, you know, I can think of some, you know, be it in Colorado Springs or Pueblo, the Front Range, that are truly, you know, 100 years or older. You know, those are the types of structures that really deserve to have some historic preservation. And when you interject the idea of a building that's 30, 31, 32, 35 years, you know, they're fighting over those finite dollars. And the type of construction that was done back in the mid and early 90s was very modern structures. You know, we're talking steel, advancements in plumbing and heating and electrical. I wouldn't exactly say that those are the types of structures that when they were built 100 or more years ago, before they had the modern types of technology today. So with that in mind, I would, to my good colleagues, I understand their intent, what they're wanting to do, but I would respectfully urge a no vote, at least on this part of the bill. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just point out that under current law, the State Register of Historic Places, buildings qualify after 30 years. That is just, that is the State Register of Historic Places. A building can qualify for that after 30 years. This tax credit is just simply aligning with that existing policy. It's not pulling something out of thin air. It's not that we loved the 90s and we're nostalgic for 95 and want to go back to the days of Disney shows in the afternoon with Kit Cloud Kicker and Baloo flying airplanes. This is about aligning with existing law. That's all it is.
Senator Van Winkle.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And, well, was Saved by the Bell 1995? I think it was. Maybe towards the end of that might have been Saved by the Bell 2, actually, the college years. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, this bill, it does purport to do a lot of good, and I think it does do a lot of good. And I understand that we're aligning it with something else, but I actually just disagree with the alignment. I don't think it's something that we necessarily need to do. I think it takes a bill that is very non-controversial and adds controversy where there need not be any. By modifying the historic preservation tax credit, it's been in place since 2015, and it's really done a lot of very good work for those historic structures in Colorado. I mentioned the Opera House in Cripple Creek was just the first one that came to my mind that I think was one of these that came under. It might have actually been even before that, or it was during it, but it's that kind of that Main Street building. Like, I think of Main Street Breckenridge, in the Good Center from Breckenridge. Thank you. I think of Main Street Breckenridge, and there are certainly amazingly historic buildings on Main Street Breckenridge. There's old coal miner homes. There's all throughout Colorado, every mountain town, through rural communities, even here in downtown Denver. Especially along the Platte River where the foundations of Denver were originally laid, there are historic buildings that just do, I think, require preservation. History Colorado does tremendous work in this area. This is a bill that we all should be on board with. It's a bill that we should all be getting behind here. And unfortunately, just moving it to buildings built in 1995 here, really reduces kind of the need for it, because what we're talking about here is, like, I bet there's carpets, I bet there are places here in this building that have carpets older than 1995 here in this building. In fact, I know the former minority office where I used to serve on the House side of things, those carpets are dramatically older. Those were from like the 70s. It was like the Nixon administration. I think someone spilled their coffee during the Nixon administration over in those House offices, and that coffee spot is still there today. It's not from 1995. I wouldn't call those carpets historic. But what I would call historic are possible eligible buildings that would benefit under this program. And these are where I want the program to focus their attention and their time. And I want the taxpayer dollars that the taxpayers are working hard for, that they pay their taxes to us, the state government. The state government will be paying it out and going to these projects. The Manitou Bathhouse on 8 Park Avenue, Manitou Springs. It was built in 1900. Now, it is currently for sale. And there are 57 units in that building, and that would be a perfect program eligibility for this program. There's in Monte Vista at 925 First Avenue, there's a Monte Vista Inn. It was built in 1930 members. That is certainly a historic building. It's got 48 potential units, and these are units that people could live in or at least could be improved upon today using this tax credit. But again, we'll be deciding in every tax credit and every pool of money, there's only limited resources. So that pool of money is going to be, there are going to be these different projects in different districts in different places across Colorado that will be competing. And it seems that when it comes to the Manitou Bathhouse built in the year 1900, same year I believe that this Capitol was completed, at least the same era in which the Capitol was completed. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. It seems very unjust, if you will, maybe that's not the right term, unjust to compete that this Manitou Bathhouse built in 1900 with a building that was maybe built in Greenwood Village in 1995. That's not the same level of historic. There's a Eastlake Farmers in Thornton, Colorado. The Good Center from Thornton knows this building well probably. It was built in 1920. That would be fantastic. Right now it's a vacant property. It's just empty. It needs refurbishment. And through this historic preservation tax credit, this refurbishment could be given to it. But again, that building built in 1920 that is completely vacant at this point is going to be competing with buildings built in 1995. In Trinidad, 1883, the Keyhole Building. It is a historic one. I don't know if you've been to Trinidad, but this one does stand out. It is currently for sale Built 1883, it probably needs some serious renovations, and this is a tax credit that could go towards those serious renovations. The Pikes Peak Methodist Church, it's interesting, we're giving taxpayer dollars to a church for refurbishment, but it was built in 1904. I don't know this church, this Methodist church in Colorado Springs personally, but assumably it's part of the culture, it's part of the area. It has some sort of significant historical value to the people of Colorado Springs, and thus they'll be competing again with buildings built in 1995 for those taxpayer dollars. Also in Colorado Springs, there's another church, the First Christian Church, built in 1935. Again, a very historic building, built pre-World War II. And for, again, that building will be in competition with buildings built in 1995, and therefore, Mr. Chair, if you'll allow me, I move amendment, well, no. I'd like to offer amendment L003.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L003?
L003, amendment to Gross Bill, page 2, line 3, strike 2J1.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this is a very short amendment, very easy to understand. It amends the re-engrossed bill simply to strike lines 9 through 14. And what that will do, those lines of the bill, they actually don't amend statute hardly at all. There's only 2 words in that entire section of statute that it amends, and those 2 words are this argument here. It changes, in the bill, it says it to be a qualified historic structure in the state of Colorado under this program, the building must be at least 50 years old. And what the bill does is it strikes out 50 and it replaces it with 30. So what my bill does, or what my amendment, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I move L003.
Thank you. I was going to remind you, but you did it. That is a proper motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the bill right now, it has a line through 50, it replaces 50 with 30, and it does it in 2 different spots because keep in mind, members, that this tax credit is not only eligible for commercial properties like the Opera House or the Farmers or the Bath House in Manitou Springs, it's also eligible for residents. So there's 2 spots in the bill that crosses out 50 years old and replaces it with 30 years old. Again, I don't think a house built in 1995 is something that is a historic house. In fact, that is like most of my district. Most of all of our districts are homes probably built pre-1995 or 1995. And so I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Let's keep this tax credit where it's been going, which is to buildings that are at least 50 years old, and not dilute that money, not dilute that tax credit with buildings that aren't like the Manitou Bath House built in 1900. They're not like the Kehoe building in Trinidad built in 1883. It's not like the Monte Vista Inn built in 1930 or the East Lake Farmers in Thornton, Colorado built in 1920. These are buildings, residence, homes built in 1995 that will be competing for those taxpayer dollars. And so I ask for a yes vote on L003. Let's just keep the tax credit going. It doesn't modify the rest of the bill. It just keeps the tax credit going. It keeps the program going as it has been to buildings built pre-1995.
Further discussion on the amendment? On the amendment, Senator Will?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to disagree with the amendment. Kind of where we're at on this is we'd have to actually realign or change the designation that the State Historic Register has. It's State Historic Register, I think good Senator Bridges from Greenwood Village made that statement, but 30 years is the current designation, so that it does align with the State Historic Registry, so I'd have to ask for a no vote.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the good senator from Newcastle, Mr. Chair, my apologies. To the good senator from Newcastle, I would challenge you, is 30 years old, is a 30-year-old an old person,
Yeah.
is a 30-year-old historic. This remembers 30 years ago, the Colorado Avalanche were just winning their first Stanley Cup here in the good city of Denver. The Denver Broncos, John Elway was playing. So if a house was built when John Elway was playing for the Denver Broncos, which wasn't that long ago, that house, that residence, or that commercial property will be eligible for taxpayer dollars that should be going to truly historic renovations. It should be going to truly historic places like that bathhouse in Manitou Springs. And so I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Let's keep the program focused where it should be on history. And if History Colorado thinks that something that 1995 is old and decrepit and historic, I would challenge the good people at History Colorado to focus on perhaps it is historic. I mean, the Colorado Avalanche winning in 1996 Stanley Cup was historic. The Broncos that followed it up with the Super Bowl, that was historic. Those are historic moments for the people of Colorado. But when it comes to tax credits that are going to preserve historic buildings, I don't believe the tax credit should be going to something built in 1995. And therefore, I ask for a yes vote on the amendment, keep the program focused where it should be on, and that's buildings of 50 years or older.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I will say that I believe that competition is a good thing. I believe that we should, thank you, be ensuring that there is healthy competition for these limited grant dollars. I'm sorry, for these limited tax credits. Let me correct myself here. And so in that vein, the definition follows existing statute and allows a building that may technically qualify to qualify with much older and much more historic buildings for these limited credits. And so with that, in the spirit of urging competition, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was given the opportunity to be on this bill, and this amendment speaks to the reason I didn't get on that bill. We truly need to be focused on these older buildings, 50 years or older, in my opinion. I've got several in my district that have qualified and been used this program. And I think if we start getting any newer than that, we are going to start limiting funds that should go to those older buildings. So with that, I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think this is an important vote. I do think it's important that we focus this tax credit as much as possible, and therefore, when the time comes, I do ask for a division.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. A division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed to the amendment, please stand. The chair is not in doubt, and L003 is lost. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I am certainly disappointed by that. I would expect History Colorado to focus on those older structures, or at least give priority therefore. So perhaps an amendment would rather be more acceptable to the body if we simply ask History Colorado to give priority to older structures as opposed to those built in 1995. And I see maybe a good argument for newer structures, because those newer structures, it will cost less to refurbish them. If there's carpets or...
Please quiet down, people. You cannot hear the senator at the well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly do appreciate that. I do hope maybe an amendment could be acceptable to the bill sponsors and I hope it's getting drafted right now, that would just ask, and it would be somewhat of a letter to Santa Claus, but it would also be kind of some general framework of the intent of the legislative, of the General Assembly to encourage History Colorado to focus these tax credits on those more historic, more old structures, as opposed to those built in the early 1990s. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I might just ask for a senatorial 5 to get that amendment finalized.
Senatorial 5 has been requested.
Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 1314, Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and as previously discussed, I move I will offer an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L004?
L4, amend read and gross
Senator
bill.
Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004.
To the amendment.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The previous one tried to keep the law as it currently is. The law, that was not successful by a rather obvious margin. So what this amendment does is it simply adds to the legislative declaration. The legislative declaration, actually, well, page 6 here, talks about the importance of course, the importance that we all agree upon, I think, in terms of keeping the historic buildings of Colorado upright and standing and in good quality condition from further decrepidation when it is a truly historic building. Now, the bill, of course, changes law rather dramatically, in my view, at least, by changing it from 50 years down to 30 years. So again, those are buildings built in 1995 once this bill becomes enacted next year. And so I wanted to add to just simply the legislative declaration, so it doesn't have any power really of law.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will here in a moment withdraw the amendment, but in the interest of time, I may just continue to talk on it because it's just one simple typo that will be fixed. So I'll continue to talk on this, which is what the amendment will do, and it'll be page 16, actually not page 6 here. So there's an entire section of the bill that talks about tax preference performance statements, and it talks about it talks about the tax preference performance. And I want to add to that section essentially a legislative declaration that says the General Assembly further declares that is the intent of the General Assembly that priority be given for a credit for qualified commercial structures and qualified residential structures that are at least 50 years old. So when I move here in a moment, what will probably be L005, that's what the amendment will do. And at that time, I'll ask for a yes vote. And in the meantime, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw L004.
L004 has been withdrawn. There is a new amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L005?
L5, amend read and gross
Senator
bill.
Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Amendment 5, it just, like I said, there was just a simple typo in the first one. It does exactly, Mr. Chairman, I move L005.
So moved to the amendment.
There was just a typo in L004, so this fixes, I pretty much explained exactly what this amendment does. It'll put it on page 16 after line 18, which is after that paragraph talking about the tax preference performance standards. And actually, and before the part where it talks about the General Assembly and state auditor shall measure the effectiveness of tax credit. And so it puts in there just a simple note from the General Assembly to essentially History Colorado say, please give priority to older structures over those built as new as 1995. So I ask a yes vote on L005.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L005. You know, thinking about this, when I was in high school, which was a long time ago, and that building was built to where it would qualify now. Well, yeah, I qualify for sure. But, you know, distractions. But anyway, it probably doesn't meet, you know, the qualifications to be on the register anyway. But I think we need to really be thinking about this just because buildings like that would fit. My old high school that I went to high school in until this building was built definitely would have been qualified, but they had to knock it down to make room to clear a lot for a parking lot. So that was hard on me to see that happen. But with that, I rise in support of 005.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in opposition to it. I understand the discussion going on with the 30-year, but basically what the bill's providing to is providing tax relief to certain businesses or individuals, and for the specified purposes of a tax credit to provide an incentive to these people that own these buildings to rehabilitate in any of these qualified structures in a way that increases the number of net new rental housing units. And as I say, I've had several of those in my district that have benefited from this. But so a big part of the intent of this bill is for those new rental units and to provide a greater incentive for taxpayers who develop such units for rental to low or moderate income renters. So some of these areas, you know, there's a bigger need for affordable and middle income housing. So I understand the preference and giving preference to the historic, but with not, you know, we have to align with the 30-year. So with the state historical. So in that respect, I think there are certain buildings that in this age group that would, you know, a higher priority to do the type of units that's needed and required in those type of areas. So I'd ask for a no vote.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, and I'm a little surprised the good senator from Newcastle is opposed to this. Let's use a metaphor for a moment. Instead of talking about the buildings that will be receiving this tax credit, let's talk perhaps the metaphor is not exactly spot on, but if this was a tax credit for like hip replacements or knee replacements, would we give priority to, where would most of that money be going? I'm guessing most of that money would be going to people born in 1950, 1960, 1940. Is where the tax credits would be going for knee and hip replacements. Not so much to people born in the mid 1990s. There wouldn't be a lot of tax credits going for that. So for a building that also is decrepitating, or a building that is also in need of refurbishment, I should say, most of those tax credits should go to the older ones that are in need of the greatest taxpayer support to reserve those truly historic properties like the Opera House in Cripple Creek, like those buildings in Pueblo, Colorado, like the Bathhouse in Manitou Springs. That's where the money should be going, and I just sincerely hope that History Colorado can focus on that. All the amendment does, the amendment has no power of law. All it says is it's the General Assembly's intent that these tax credits go towards older structures as opposed to newer structures. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the bill sponsors for indulging the conversation on the changes to this policy.
See no further discussion. The motion is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No! The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1314. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1314 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, please read the title of House Bill 1315.
House Bill 1315 by Representatives Brown and Amable and Senator Cutter concerning a study regarding standards for the remediation of residential premises after property has been damaged in a fire, in connection therewith studying properties damaged by smoke, soot, ash, and other contaminants as a result of the fire and making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 241315.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Oh. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I heard this bill in committee, and I appreciate the good senator from Jefferson County, so the best county. So I'd like to talk a little bit about this bill. So the bill requires the Division of Insurance to conduct a study regarding the remediation of residential premises that have been damaged from smoke, soot, ash, and other contaminants as a result of fire. The study focuses on existing practices for the remediation of homes that have been damaged by smoke, soot, ash, and other contaminants as a result of a fire, and requires the division to make recommendations for establishing uniform standards related to such remediation. The division may contract with a third party to conduct all the study. The division may submit or must submit a report of the study's finding and recommendations to certain committees of the General Assembly by January 1st, 2026. So a study like the one outlined under this bill may complement HB 24-1108, which aims to study property and casualty insurances policies to better understand what variables are influencing insurance companies from refusing to insure properties in the high-risk areas, especially those with the sudden influxes of weather and fire-related events in specific states, Colorado being one of them. This bill may be in the best interest of the third party conducting the study, or requesting insurance companies to conduct and submit one, since it's in their best interest to measure and mitigate the risk, including variables that can be adjusted and controlled to mitigate property damage during wildfire events. Fire remediation focuses on tackling and cleaning up the damages sustained from a fire and does not repair or restore them, but focuses primarily on removing the damages sustained in affected materials. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about is, so my grandparents had a big fire in their house, and it started from coming outside, inside. And we had to take a lot of the drywall down because we just could not get the smoke smell out. But that's just one of those things that happens, and I get that where the sponsors are coming from this, because they're talking about the Marshall Fire. I'm just concerned that the third-party person might come in and raise the rates because of or find a different thing that's going to raise the rates on the insurance, and it just makes me nervous about what we're doing here. I do appreciate the intentions of the bill, and I voted no on committee, and I'll be another no today, but I really do appreciate them trying to find a solution for this. I just don't think this is the right way of doing it, so I ask for a no vote on House Bill 24-1315.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too, I was in committee and heard this bill, and I guess I will appreciate what maybe the sponsors are trying to do here, but every year we see at least one, maybe 5 bills concerning fire. Maybe it's mitigation, maybe it's remediation, but there's quite a few. If you go out on the Colorado General Assembly's website, Is it back? Okay. Okay. Well, as I was saying, if you go out on the Colorado General Assembly's website and under Find a Bill, if you just, you know how you could just put in words and you could put in fire remediation, there are 66 entries concerning this subject. And it does go back to I don't know, I was looking at it, it goes back at least to 2012. But one of the things I was wondering about when I was looking at some of the bills, and I'm trying to remember this, even though I was in the House at the time, there was a Colorado Fire Commission created, and then they did make some recommendations in 2021 under Senate Bill 21-166, and then there was a sunset. But, you know, it got continued, and that bill was House Bill 24-1272. But I'm just wondering why we have a Colorado Fire Commission, and now we want to create a study of a separate group that's appointed when we have a fire commission for these bills. Like I said, there's 66 results that have to do with fire remediation when you look up fire remediation on the Colorado General Assembly website. And I don't know if we aren't getting this right yet, or the Colorado Fire Commission maybe needs to be looked at again, but it just seems to me that we keep throwing money at this and we're not getting anything right about this. So that's why I was a no in committee. I'll probably be a no today. Thank you.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I happened to hear this bill in committee also. You know, I get kind of where this study may be trying to go to and trying to address. My concern is it may eventually add to premiums. You know, it may find things that they're going to have to do in every single fire when they're rebuilding that isn't always necessary in every fire. Some of the things that this study would do is it would evaluate methods of inspecting, testing, and remediating some of these damages that are in residential premises, such as smoke, soot, ash, and other contaminants. You know, that can lead to all kinds of results. Another thing it would do is it would give recommendations regarding the establishment of uniform standards for the inspection, testing, and remediation of the residential premises. It considers the extent to which any recommended uniform standard related to the remediation of residential premises would be applicable and would impact the cost and availability of home insurance. So, you know, they're already looking and thinking that it will impact our homeowners insurance, and I fully expect it will. Anytime the government goes and starts studying things, it finds all kinds of things that may or may not have an impact on the damage and on the health afterwards. So, you know, I think I will be a no on this bill just because of the unintended consequences that it would bring to our insurance premiums. So with that, I'm urging no.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just might be a yes on this one, just to the shock of my colleagues who are prime sponsors on this bill. I was very involved in the aftermath of the Marshall Fire when it comes to the insurance work on that, and I was a co-prime sponsor on the bill following the Marshall Fire in working with the Commissioner of Insurance to try to make sure that we had full coverage for full replacement coverage for homeowners across the state. Because that was the shock that many of them incurred. In fact, the average home for the Marshall Fire, the insurance coverage came in at something like $163,000 short of what the replacement cost was for their homes. And most of those homes, as you know, required a full replacement. They were just burnt to the ground. Here are some of the peripheral areas to those homes that did get burnt all the way down, incurred this smoke damage. And I have to confess that this was not something that I was familiar with, but I've certainly been made aware of it from homeowners whose whose homes were near fires or their homes were on fire to a small degree, and those especially, the residual smoke, soot, ash, is just ever present. So the replacement cost for that to try to fix that damage and to even categorize smoke damage as a covered damage, that's a real issue for folks. Now, perhaps the smoke smell and anything that's being given off, aside from the smoke, just things that you can detect through smell, and even those you cannot, that may subside over several years, but it would go beyond just getting used to the smell of going back in your house that looks just fine. Everything is restored back to proper appearance, but you've got that smoke damage that's going to just be permeating the whole sky within your home for the rest of your ownership. So this is a worthy study. I want to compliment the sponsors for who they listed as potential stakeholders. The one that sticks out to me is individuals who own homes. Yeah, way to go. Because frankly, when studies are tasked through legislation, frequently the people who care the most or who are impacted the most by these studies are rarely invited to the party, it seems. But here we go, that third-party division contracts which shall engage with relevant stakeholders in conducting the study may include representatives from the Department of Public Health and Environment, makes sense, individuals who own homes or other rental premises, way to go, representatives from the homeowners insurance industry in Colorado, certainly, public health experts, absolutely, representatives from the industrial hygienist industry in Colorado. I didn't know there was such a thing, but that would make sense. Representatives from the residential remediation and restoration industry, and we've seen their ads on TV. So yeah, I'm really glad to see third-party private industry involved in this. And then lastly, representatives from organizations that advocate for the interests of consumers, of homeowners insurance policies. So if the study results in a subsequent bill that says we would require homeowners insurance to increase its coverage to take care of smoke damage, ash, soot damage, that obviously would impact homeowners insurance premiums in a not so fun way. However, it would be covered to where something that's probably insufficiently covered today. So I think this is a worthy conversation to have, and I appreciate the sponsors bringing it forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, where it's already been determined, that I am one of those very old, not necessarily building, but structures. We heard several times in committee about how Colorado, there's no other state in the country that has any kind of regulation or anything around this particular topic. We see bill after bill after bill in the last 6 sessions that I've been here that Colorado wants to be out in front. And then we have many, many, many bills in the next sessions to try to fix some of the mistakes. I'm sure there's other states looking at this, and maybe we need to just slow down a little bit. We got a lot of bills with a lot of different things we need to implement after this session, and so maybe let's kind of let another state kind of take the lead and see just what the effect will be, because I'm sure it will be higher premiums, because nothing in this study is going to say anything about trying to prevent any kind of damages or anything. It's just what happens afterwards. When my mom and dad were building their house back in the 60s, they had just a temporary propane stove in there so they could go in and plumb it and wire it and stuff. One night, something malfunctioned there, and it put smoke and soot throughout the whole house. Back then, they just buckled down. They went to work. They, remediated it on their own, and nothing was wrong with the way they did it. So Again, there is good intention behind this bill, but at the end of the day, I can't support it. Thank you.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I come up and I stand in support of this bill. I think it's really good bill. I think all the issues we've had with fire damage and all that, with all the different mega fires we've had around, and developing consistent standards regarding inspection is really important. And testing and the remediation of residential premises after a fire, so they have the insurance carriers are able to insure safe and habitable homes after a fire. These inspections and assessments done by the insurance companies are critical. And the example I'm going to use is not necessarily fire, but flood, and had some damaged antiques and family heirlooms, etc. Received water damage, and the insurance said, "Well, it's just cosmetic. It doesn't affect the function of the piece of equipment." And I said, "Well, cosmetic's a huge thing for me." So, with the homeowners insurance policies and the way this is going, I think is a really good thing. Fire insurance in my district is so hard to get and so unaffordable. I think anything we can do with this type of legislation to help out homeowners is a very positive thing, and so I'll definitely be in support of this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1315. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1315 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1316?
House Bill 1316 by Representatives Lindstedt and Lindsay and Senator Bridges concerning the creation of a pilot program for middle-income housing income tax credit.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 1316 on second reading.
And
the Appropriations Committee report.
thank you to the committee report.
Appropriating.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1316. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1316 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1462?
House Bill 1462 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota and Senators Bridges and Senzinger concerning a third-party evaluation of the Department of Corrections budget practices and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the House Bill 1316 and the Appropriations Committee report.
Want to try
Excuse me,
again?
1462, and there is no Appropriations Committee report.
All right, to the bill, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L004?
L4,
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L4.
Any discussion?
Just detail some of the things I got to look at.
The motion before us is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L004 is adopted. To the bill.
Good bill vote, yes.
See no further discussion. Senator Baisley. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a suggestion. First of all, I support the idea of there being an evaluation of Department of Correction, budget practices, and so on. So it may be outside of the scope of the bill. I'm not sure, but I want to just put it on the record here. There is an issue with the Department of Corrections, and the reason I'm involved and concerned is because I represent Fremont County and also Chaffee County that have quite a few Department of Correction facilities in there. We've had a recent labor issue as a paycheck issue that was covered by CBS. And that had to do with raises that some employees received, and then they were asked a couple of years later to pay back those raises because there was not sufficient source documentation saying that they were going to get those raises. It's a terrifically unfair problem, and there hasn't been a solution to it ultimately yet. I've been pressuring the executive director and also the controller to try to address this and forgive that debt or whatever has to happen to treat those employees fairly. But the main point I want to say is that there are some serious issues when it comes to accounting with that department. So I'm hoping that you will expand the scope enough to cover such things so that our employees there do not run into issues like this. Thank you for bringing this.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you. Good news, the good senator from Woodland Park, that is already encumbered in the bill. So very specifically, we are looking at existing pay, overtime pay, incentive pay, and what the impact of that has been on employee retention and recruitment, as well as compression. Because we have an issue with, new folks come in with certain set of incentives. We get them there, and then they've been there all of 6 months, and they're already making, more money than an employee that had been there for several years. So, who is pulling overtime and double shifts in order to account for vacancies, which is the reason why we were offering the incentives to try and bring more people in. But it became a little bit of a vicious loop. So that is already in the bill, and that is already part of the reason why we're studying this.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support of this bill. I've got several prisons in my district, both private and public. I have 2 closed private prisons in my district that affected those communities pretty big when they were closed down. I think it's very important to have a third party come in with a fresh set of eyes, especially to look at this department. With the rise in crime and stuff in this state, this is a very important department, and I think it's just going to become more and more so as time moves on. So I thank the sponsors for this bill and for this study.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to very quickly touch on the part that you elevated about that third-party component. This was very important to us because we did need somebody that was somewhat removed. Right now, we're relying on information from the department to talk about the department. And we really felt like we needed a little bit of independence in order to make sure that we had not just a subjective view of things, but an objective view as well.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Gonzalez.
Just thank you for running this audit. It is so deeply needed. There are so many policy issues that we have had to grapple with that I believe some of the policy discussions have been impacted by the lack of clarity about the budget practices. And so inviting a third party to clarify these things, I think will have incredible implications for much of our policy work ahead, and I cannot wait. Thank you for moving this policy forward. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1462. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1462 is adopted. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we lay over Senate Bill 1230 until later today.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1230 until later today. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill will be laid over to later today. Mr. Hubler, please read the title of House Bill 1036.
House Bill 1036 by Representatives Weissman and Frizzell and Senators Hansen and Kolker concerning the adjustment of certain tax expenditures.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1036 and the no reports.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1036. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1036 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, please read the title of House Bill 1052.
This one was a committee one.
House Bill 1052 by Representatives Weissman and Marshall and Senators Kolker and Hansen concerning the reinstatement of an income tax credit to help income-qualified seniors afford housing and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1052 on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1052. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1052 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, please read the title of House Bill 1311.
House Bill 1311 by Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Wilford, and Senators Winter and Coleman concerning the creation of a family affordability tax credit and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1311 and the Finance Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we ran an amendment that changed language to be more in line with this being a tax credit, and we ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill? Seeing no further discussion, okay, nobody had their hand up. Relax. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually subbed into Finance that day that this bill was heard. I'm all for, helping the kids and things like that, but my main objection over this is the huge impact it's going to have on our Tabor refunds. We're 600 million plus on this policy, so that was the reason I was a no vote. That's the reason I will stay a no vote. So, thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to 1311, and you have heard me argue this concept previously. I am a huge fan of earned income tax credits, and that's a funky phrase that we use. It's actually a refundable tax credit. You get a credit whether you actually owe any taxes or not. I think that is far superior to put money or keep money. I prefer just a tax credit for those who actually have a tax liability. But to keep money in the hands of and the wallets of, the billfolds of, the family budgets of individuals. Far superior to taking money, taxes, creating government bureaucracy, and establishing social programs to try and achieve many of the same outcomes that we would organically and naturally get if we just give people who are of challenged economic means some cash to work with. And that's what 1311 seeks to do. So the policy of a refundable tax credit is one that I generally am very supportive of. I would argue it's a relatively conservative economic principle. First, you let the people keep their taxes. Some people would say taxes are the cost of civilization. And I would say taxes are friction on the economic engine of civilization. And so taxes generally are a challenge. But the idea of refunding taxes, letting people keep their money, that's good. A refundable tax credit such as 1311, decent economic policy. The problem is, and everybody's been waiting, Lundin's going to say but. No, he's not going to say but. However, complicated, sophisticated word in placement of but. However, the source of funding on this is wrong. Wrong. It should not happen this way. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights is designed as a Bill of Rights for people paying taxes. Its design, its intention, its ethic, its ethos, its creation was all around keeping as much money in the hands of the people of Colorado as possible. Because, as I said before, I believe firmly, taxes are a friction on the productive economy. And so the Taxpayer Bill of Rights says we acknowledge that principle that taxes are a friction on the real economy. Let's keep the money in the productive economy. So Taxpayer Bill of Rights wants to return that money to the people. Actually, we have other bills running through the process right now that would actually not extract the money from the people and put it in the piggy bank at the state where then they can do things like this, say, hey, we want to collect the money and then redistribute that money. It is better just to leave that money in the pocketbooks and the family budgets of the people of Colorado. So 1311 is one of those bills that's really challenging It has a good economic principle, but it has a funding source that is absolutely, in my opinion, and arguably, I think you can argue legally, constitutionally, inappropriate. It's not the intention. It's not the historical desire. It's not what the Taxpayer Bill of Rights was set up to do. And so the funding source is the challenge. What does 1311 do? The bill creates an income tax credit for Coloradans with children ages 16 and under. It decreases state revenue and increases state expenditures. And it is big dollars, up to, in budget year 24-25, up to $648 million, a lot of money. So I would argue we should expand the income tax credit even further. We're knocking it down to 4 1/4. I'd say let's take it down to 4. I don't have the economic runs in front of me, but I'd say take that income tax down even further, leave the money in the hands of the productive economy, because you get a multiplier effect when you leave it in the hands of the productive economy. It creates greater value, whereas when you extract taxes and you consume those taxes, it's the end of the story, and there's no further economic multiplication that is beneficial. So it's a challenging conversation, an element that I like, a funding source that is inappropriate. Based on that funding source, I will therefore be a no vote on House Bill 1311 and urge you to join me in that on the benefit of a more vibrant economy in Colorado, because we're struggling a little bit economically here in Colorado at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too rise as a no vote on this bill. You know, the fiscal note alone is enough to take your breath away when you see where this is coming from. And for those of you listening, taxpayers, it's coming out of your pocket. You know, my husband and I, we consider ourselves to be very generous with charitable giving. But this is a bill where the state is going to decide where your charity goes. That to me is outrageous. And I just can't believe that we're going to do this. And I know that this is going to pass, but for you that were hoping for your type of refund, don't hope too long, because this bill is going to take that away and decide where that money goes.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate the motives behind this bill. I don't question them whatsoever, because the cost of raising children has increased dramatically. It's listed in the legislative declaration. It eloquently states that, in fact, the legislative declaration, it's not, this one I believe actually would go into statute, and it states that the General Assembly hereby finds and declares that Colorado families struggle to afford many necessary goods and services, such as child care, housing, and health care. 83% of Colorado parents worry that their children won't be able to afford to live in the state in the future. And that actually, I would be interested to know where that comes from, but it seems to fall in line with the rest of the point we've seen, that for one of the very first times in American history, that parents think their kids will be worse off than they were, or worse off than their parents were. 71% of Americans I know say that the current economic, the state of the economy is bad or getting worse. And 88% of parents I know, and this was a different, it's not mentioned in the bill here, are worried about their children's financial futures. And that makes a lot of sense, because things are getting much more expensive. I know a lot of folks, like even in my own neighborhood, that the house they bought 5 or 10 years ago, they're not sure if they ever needed to, sell, or if they could afford to move into their own neighborhood right now, because the cost of housing has gone up so much, and the cost of a mortgage has literally doubled. So a $500,000 house, the day essentially Joe Biden took office, to a $500,000 house now, the mortgage payment has doubled in that time. So parents are certainly worried about that. and I wholeheartedly agree with the premise of the bill, which is that Colorado families are struggling to afford many necessities, and raising children is perhaps harder than ever, especially from a financial standpoint. However, what the legislative declaration fails to mention is that much of the reason for costs going up so much are really the federal and state policies that our government has enacted, largely at the federal level. We've done our fair share here in Colorado to make Colorado a much more expensive place, I think, of property taxes and other things. But the bad policies from the federal level really just degrade the value of a dollar to a point where inflation is rising largely out of control, and it's a very scary environment in which, again, 71% of Americans say that the current economic situation is bad, and that might actually be fortuitous, because the situation Americans are in right now, the situation Coloradans are in right now, is that we have a slowing economy at the exact same time as inflation increasing. It is closely akin to the 1970s when Jimmy Carter was president, and it's akin to potential stagflation coming in terms of the Federal Reserve has been trying to raise interest rates in order to slow down inflation, but what it's doing is slowing down the economy. It's not slowing down inflation. Inflation is, again, taking off again, and that's the bad policies we get from, definitely from the federal level, from even the state. Now, reducing taxes has always been a steadfast priority of mine. One of the main reasons I ran for office is to free people from overtaxation and overregulation. And in a vacuum, supporting parents is a definitely worthwhile endeavor. However, it's important to recognize that multiple tax credits are already available to parents. We talked earlier today on a different tax credit bill, how I believe it was there are 38 different tax credits being sent out from this building to the people of Colorado, and this is certainly one of the largest one. And when you add up all those tax credits, even the ones that are for a couple $1 million here and there, those 38 add up to really degrade the value of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds, which is something parents, it's something all Coloradans are relying on this year, but especially parents right now are relying on getting their Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds checks, and they're relying on those deductions from their taxes. Now, the Earned Income Tax Credit, which is the topic of the bill before us today, House Bill 1311, it's a refundable tax credit for lower working individuals. And I think the good senator from Colorado Springs, actually from Monument, my apologies, the good senator from Monument was expressing the need in the upside to a refundable tax credit, and I believe reverses a non-refundable tax credit. And this is a topic that we have had under discussion for some time here at the Capitol, but certainly has been a topic of discussion in the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee has seen, I think we've probably seen the majority of these 30-some tax credits, and almost all of them are refundable, which means a non-refundable tax credit can reduce the amount of taxes you owe, but they don't increase the refund or create a tax refund when you didn't already have one. So a refundable tax credit can result in an additional tax refund if the total of the credits are greater than the taxes they owe. And that's going to be the case here with the Earned Income Tax Credit, because most of the people that qualify for the Earned Income Tax Credit will actually not be making enough money to be paying a tremendous amount in taxes. So what they'll get instead is not necessarily a big tax bill that they'll have to pay, but what those folks are going to be getting is a refund on top of it. So they'll owe very little in taxes to the state of Colorado, but they will be getting a rather large check in return from the state of Colorado through that Earned Income Tax Credit. Now, there's different ways to structure it. There's partially refundable tax credit, and there's fully refundable, there's fully not refundable. To illustrate how the tax credits will work, assume that your 2023 tax return reports owing $2,400 of taxes before taking tax credits like this one. but for simplicity's sake, we'll take some federal ones. This is a federal tax credit, but this is a Colorado version of it that is actually on top of the federal taxes. There's a federal earned income tax credit. A few of the differences between the two, of course, is that the federal earned income tax credit, to qualify for that, you need to be a U.S. citizen, or you need to be, you have to have a social security number, you need to be a green card holder, someone like that that's paying taxes, that's been approved by the government in order to be a worker here in the United States of America. The state earned income tax credit is built upon that. So theoretically, most people they'll claim the federal one and their federal deduction. That will actually follow through to their state deduction, reducing their state taxes. And then this one comes in on top of that federal deduction and the state deduction and gives an extra bonus, so to speak, on top of that. And it is important to note that the state one, even for those that can't claim the federal one, because the federal one, again, you have to have a social security number, be a U.S. citizen, or a green card holder. If you don't have any of those things, you can still claim the earned income tax credit here in the state of Colorado, even though you cannot claim the federal one. So that's one of the big differences between them. But going back to our example here, if the taxes a person owes is $2,400, they can then take the child and dependent care and the American Opportunity Tax credits, just using these as examples. So the first would reduce that person's taxes by $1,700, and these are non-refundable tax credits. $500 in the first one, $1,200 in the opportunity credit, and that would bring the taxes down for that person to $700. You then reduce the $700 by the $800 refundable portion. That's where this bill comes in of the tax credit, and it not only would eliminate that last $700 left, but would actually give $100 on top of it. So if it was a non-refundable tax credit, it would simply eliminate that last $700 owed by the taxpayer, so they wouldn't have to pay anything. Because it's refundable, it not only eliminates that, it will give an extra $100 in essentially a benefit to those folks. Now, if a non-refundable tax credit exceeds, in short, if a non-refundable tax credit exceeds the amount of income taxes owed, that excess is lost. It just eliminates it. The maximum value. An earned income tax credit is fully refundable, and in fact, in most cases, they're not refundable, especially from the federal level. Now, the revised fiscal notes anticipates that this bill would decrease Tabor reserves by from $684 million. Now, that's what we talked about earlier with a separate tax credit. We can't talk about it on this because we need to keep to the topic of this bill. But the topic was, and I'll just restate it now, that every one of these tax credits takes a little bit away from the taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds. Well, in this case, it's not a little bit, it's a lot. It is $684 million that would be going back to the taxpayers of Colorado, but in fact, it will be withheld from going back to the taxpayers of Colorado, and instead it will be siphoned off and focused on a smaller group of people, and that would be those eligible for the earned income tax credit, which of course it goes to people with kids 16 years and younger that typically are some of the lower earners of Colorado. So it's taking it's actually, even for those folks, reducing their Tabor refunds. Now it reduces their Tabor refunds and then gives them this refundable tax credit on top. Now, $684 million is the estimation for next year. The year after, so it'd be 24-25, it's estimated to be $739 million. Now, reducing the reserves, especially by such a large amount, will make it harder to provide tax relief to all Coloradans and not just a subset of individuals. And that's what all these tax credit does, is instead of giving one big check to every person in Colorado, this tax credit chips away this much, this tax credit chips away this much, this tax credit chips away this much, and it gives it to a special subset. A previous bill, it was for historic buildings that were from 1995 on. This one, it's for families with kids under 16 years of age that fit below the income requirements of the bill, which there's a calculation here for estimated adjustment factor, and adjusting how folks will be eligible for this. Now, next year, again, it's $739 million. Now, by reducing the Tabor reserves, it makes it more difficult for the state to collect enough revenue to exceed the Tabor cap. So on the one hand, not only are we collecting less money, so that way, but that makes sense in a way. I've always been supportive of efforts that, you know, instead of the state collecting too much money and then returning it through the Tabor refund, we should just not collect the money in the first place, leave that money in the pockets of the hardworking taxpayers and the Coloradans, and just cut out the middleman. So that way, we're just, now, there are other bills going through the General Assembly that just, like I said, eat away at that taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds to the point where there really won't be refunds left for the general population of Colorado. In order for the income tax rate in a different bill, there's a different bill going through that will reduce the income tax rate, but because of bills like that, there would need to essentially be, well, actually the calculations have been done. There need to be $984 million to $1.18 billion in reserves. So essentially there need to be $1 billion on top of the Tabor cap to trigger this, because that's how much bills like this eat away at that. They eat away at it so much that there's what should be Tabor refunds, and then there's $1 billion of tax credits, and then there's actual Tabor refunds on top of it. And so, Mr. Chairman, I could go through the bill here, but I do know there's other members that would love to speak on it, and I don't want to take time away from them. So, Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate your patience and thoughtfulness, and I will ask for a no vote on this, mainly because it takes away the Tabor refunds from the people of Colorado, and also because it makes eligible for the Tabor, or for the earned income tax credits, folks that are here without Social Security numbers, folks that don't file their federal tax returns. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't have much to add, colleagues, on House Bill 1311. I also rise in opposition to House Bill 1311, pretty much for the same reasons that you just heard from the junior senator from Douglas County. This is one of those pieces of legislation that I think if placed before the voter with enough understanding, with a detailed fiscal note and the graphs that we have available to us, is something that I don't think that most Coloradans would support, which is, you know, this is going to sound pretty cliche, the garden variety wealth transfer is what this is. Garden variety wealth transfer, taking tax refunds that would go to a lot of middle-class working Coloradans, and instead picking out a favored group that says these folks, because of this amount of income, this number of children, are going to get the tax refunds that otherwise would have come to you, working person, trying to make ends meet, running a small business, maybe not having kids, maybe unable to have kids, maybe unable to have a lot of kids. So this sort of, I mean, and I have kids, right? So it's easy as a person with children to say, I have made the decision to have children, therefore I should get more tax money refunded to me than to somebody that has chosen not to have children. And again, I say that as a person with kids. I understand the struggle of working families. Lord knows we've been there for decades.
But the fact that this comes really at the expense of other Colorado taxpayers is something that, again, if placed on a ballot with these exact same charts and graphs that are in the fiscal note, I don't really see passing. Are you willing to give up X percent, X amount, X number of dollars of your tax refund to benefit those with adjusted gross income under a certain amount and based on the number of children that one has or chooses to have, I guess, depending on the circumstances. I don't believe that this is what the voters envisioned when they voted for the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Like that, this is how things could work. This is how their refunds could be sort of twisted around. And again, it's not the motives that I'm concerned about. I think you would be hard pressed to find anybody in the state that says that working families don't need a hand up in this state. I think you'd be hard pressed to find too many people that disagree with that. But what I would tell those people is, I encourage you to pay more attention to the legislation that's passed in this place. All of the laws that we've put into place over the course of the last 6 years, all of the bills that we've seen run this year that I have stood before you and said, this is going to make things harder for working people in our state. So I think as a body, sometimes perhaps we get a little, schizophrenic is probably not the right word to use for it, but we want to help with affordability on one side. So today we want to help with affordability for families. But yesterday, and I shouldn't say yesterday, last week it was like, oh, that's great that you're talking about affordability, but we're not interested in that. We're not as interested when it comes to keeping the price of homes down, keeping the price of rental properties down, keeping the price of energy down. We appear to be, to me, less interested in those pieces of affordability. So we take and take and take on one hand, and then kind of limp across the finish line over on the other side and say, hey, but if you meet this special class, people that make a certain amount and have a certain number of kids, then okay, we'll undo some of the harm that we did in the previous 14 pieces of legislation that we passed. So for those reasons, I'd encourage a no vote on House Bill 1311. Thank you, colleagues. Appreciate it. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a whole lot to add. I think it's been thoroughly vetted, but I do want to point out that there's another bill going through the process here, and assuming it passes, how TABOR refunds will be working in the future when this bill is enacted is not only will they be giving, of course, like the senior homestead exemption, things like this, but they'll actually be reducing the amount taxes that all Coloradans owe. It'll reduce the percentage of taxes, income taxes that will be owed by the state of Colorado. So what this bill essentially is doing, and it's kind of ironic in a sense, and it's kind of, I think, damaging to the overall state of Colorado, because what should happen in the future, assuming our economy and the income into the general fund, and given the amount of increases in fees and things, it seems like the income to the general fund will continue to rise to a point where there will need to be TABOR refunds. Under this bill, it's removing a lot of that new revenue and redistributing it down to the earned income tax credit eligible families. And for those families, it may be on par good, but it's also, interestingly enough, reducing even for them their TABOR refund, and also reducing or keeping their income tax levels where it is today, as opposed to allowing those income tax levels to fall. It's also, I believe, the sales tax would also be reduced if Tabor refunds come in high enough. The sales tax would be dropped. So essentially, even for those eligible for the earned income tax credit, it's reducing their Tabor refunds, it's keeping their income taxes at the high current rate, and it's also keeping their sales taxes on any goods or services that they buy or purchase at its current high rate. If this bill didn't exist and we just allowed the natural Tabor refunds to happen and this bill to pass the way it should, then all Coloradans, 100% of Coloradans would be paying less for income taxes, they would be paying less for sales taxes, and we'd be getting much larger Tabor refunds for all Coloradans, as opposed to focus taking from that money, taking from the majority of Coloradans and giving a bigger bonus to those eligible for the earned income tax credit. And I should preface my words because, of course, the Colorado Earned Income Tax Credit is available to many people who are not eligible for the federal Earned Income Tax Credit, because those would be people that are here without a green card. There are people, new migrants to the state of Colorado, who are, I would say, unwelcomed visitors. I don't know the proper term for it, but they're folks that they don't have a green card, they're not U.S. citizens, and yet they'll be eligible for these funds that would otherwise be going for the people of Colorado. And so I will wrap up my comments with that and just simply urge a no vote on House Bill 1311. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1311. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1311 is adopted. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the balance of the calendar be laid over until later today, and we rise and report.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until later today. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will be laid over until later today. And the committee will rise and, the motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 6, 2024, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1456, House Bill 1459, House Bill 1024, House Bill 1458, House Bill 1469, House Bill 1054, House Bill 1095, House Bill 1108, House Bill 1153, House Bill 1157 is amended, House Bill 1164, House Bill 1268, House Bill 1295 is amended, House Bill 1312, House Bill 1314, House Bill 1315, House Bill 1360 as amended, House Bill 1462, House Bill 1036, House Bill 1052, House Bill 1311 as amended, passed on second reading in order to advise and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1230 laid over until May 6, 2024 and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? Cindy? Amendment 1.
S1.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is with great shame, colleagues, that I ask for the adoption of this Cow amendment. It simply changes 1BI to 4BI. It is about numbering. It was at the request of the drafter. I am so sorry that I forgot to run this during seconds, but now let's fix it on the Cow. Or we can just wait till tomorrow on third reading, but I figured this is a better place for it. So ask for your indulgence and your aye vote.
Question for the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1 to House Bill 1316. Are there any no votes? Senator Sullivan. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, the amendment is adopted. Motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Minority Leader Lundin, Peltonar, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Rich, Liston. With a vote of 25 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bills 1456, 1459, 1024, 1458, 1469, 1054, 1095, 1108, 1153, 1157 is amended, 1164, 1268, 1295 is amended, 1312, 1314, 1315, 1316 is amended, 1462, 1036, 1052, 1311 as amended, passed in second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1468 by Representative Tatone and Senator Hansen concerning the use of emerging technologies and in connection therewith expanding the scope of the task force for the consideration of facial recognition services to include artificial intelligence and biometric technology, adding members to the task force who are experts in artificial intelligence and biometric technology, and modifying the reporting authority for state agencies that use facial recognition technology.
State Veterans Military Affairs.
House Bill 1470 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart and Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer concerning the elimination of the allocation of a portion of premium tax revenues to the Health Insurance Affordability Cash Fund.
Appropriations.
House Bill 1471 by Representatives Young and Bradfield and Senator Michelson-Janae concerning the conditions when electroconvulsive treatment may be performed on a minor.
State Veterans Military Affairs. Will the clerk please add Senator Marchman to the roll? Message from the House.
May 6, 2024, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 230, 220, and 40. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the riser of statutes Senate Bills 113 and 150, amended as printed in House Journal May 5, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 222, 75, and 198. The House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the riser of statutes Senate Bills 218 and 189, amended as printed in House Journal May 5, 2024.
Message from the reviser.
May 6, 2024, we herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bills 113 and 150. We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bills 189 and 218.
Okay. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 65? Hmm? 65.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it.
You just stand here and look tough. It's to get the conference.
Senate Bill 65 by Senators Hansen and Fields and Representatives Froelich and Ortiz concerning the use of mobile electronic devices when driving a motor vehicle and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen. Is it on? Is this mic on?
Can you hear me?
Try the button.
Oh. And we're back. And we're back. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reject the House amendments to Senate Bill 65 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there any discussion? The motion is that the Senate not concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 65 and that a conference committee be appointed. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused. The motion is adopted. The following senators are appointed as members of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 65. Senators Hansen is the chair, Fields, and Pelton B.
Recall of a bill. We're recalling it.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recall House Bill 1051 for the purpose of reconsideration.
The motion is to recall House Bill 1051 from the House. Is it at the House? Is it with the governor? From the House for the purpose of reconsideration. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted. The bill will be recalled. Announcements. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appropriations will meet this afternoon upon adjournment committees, and we will hear 1137, 1223, 1340, 1373, 1447, 1457, 1470, Senate Bill 109, and other bills as assigned, which likely includes bills like the property tax bill.
Senator Hawkins-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. The second conference committee on House Bill 1348 will be tomorrow at 8:15 in room 107.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, State Veteran Military Affairs Committee will be meeting upon adjournment here, so let's say around 2:20 to hear 5 bills. We're hearing House Bill 1137, 1463, 233, 1468, and 1471.
To announce.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few announcements before other announcements. Just want to update the tributes for Senator Zenzinger and Senator Smallwood will occur after the Finance Committee hearing. We'll come back to the floor, do those, and then we'll adjourn for appropriations, and then we will come back to the floor.
Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Finance Committee will meet 15 minutes upon adjournment. In SCR 357, we'll be hearing 3 bills. Thank you. You want me to say it?
Talk.
Senator Colker.
Thank you. Those bills are House Bill 1219, House Bill 1340, House Bill 1373.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for consideration of House amendments to Senate bills.
The motion is to proceed out of order for purposes of consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 53?
Senate Bill 53 by Senator Coleman and Representatives Herod and Ricks concerning an evaluation of racial equity for Black Coloradans.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the House on amendments to Senate Bill 53.
Is there any discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. Simple technical changes in the amendment asked for support.
The motion is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 53. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the repassage of Senate Bill 53.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 53. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 53 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 8?
Senate Bill 8 by Senators Enzinger and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Pugliese and Young concerning increasing support for kinship foster care homes and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Enzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 8.
Is there an explanation?
Yes, we made a change to the appropriation in order to outline the cost for the future years from the TANF reserves.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 8. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 8 on kinship foster care.
Is there any discussion? The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 8. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 8 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 42?
Senate Bill 42 by Senators Buckner and Fields and Representatives English and Bacon concerning the creation of the Ari P. Taylor Sickle Cell Disease Outreach Program to provide support to individuals living with sickle cell disease and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to this Senate bill.
Is there any discussion?
There's no discussion.
The motion is that the Senate concur. If you say so. With House amendments to Senate Bill 42, are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Pelton B, Van Winkle, Smallwood,
This is on the amendment.
Pelton R, with a vote of 29 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Buckner.
I move for the repassage of Senate Bill. What's the number? 42.
The
Sorry.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 42. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 42. Are there any no votes? Senators Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Smallwood, Rich, Minority Leader Lundin. With a vote of 28 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 42 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 183?
183.
Senate Bill 183 by Senators Simpson and Jaquez Lewis and Representatives Martinez and Velasco concerning the distraint sale of a mobile home to collect delinquent property taxes and in connection therewith temporarily suspending the distraint sale of mobile homes, creating a task force on mobile home ownership and taxation, and making an appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 183.
Is there any discussion? Senator Simpson.
Yeah, Mr. President. So this bill was the result of a U.S. Supreme Court ruling last year, Tyler versus Hennepin, and how taxing entities deal with distraint sales. So it's creation of a task force. So no task force is complete without the House adding 3 more members, I think, to the task force, and then change the reporting where the report goes to next, or this October, actually. That's what was changed, Mr. President.
See no further discussion. The motion for the body is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 183. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 183.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 183. Seeing no discussion. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 183 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Okay, you got it. Sure.
Senator Sullivan. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 187?
Senate Bill 187 by Senators Roberts and Gardner and Representative Herod concerning the scope of security measures for the Judicial Department.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 187.
Is there any discussion? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House added in one safeguard to ensure that the Office of the State Court Administrator doesn't unnecessarily expand the amount of peace officers working there, that they need to get approval first.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 187. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 187.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 187. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 187 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 175?
Senate Bill 175 by Senators Fields and Buckner and Representatives McLaughlin and Joda concerning measures to improve perinatal health outcomes and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 175.
Is there any discussion? Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, everybody, listen up, because I do have a reason for this one. For concurrence on Senate Bill 175, changes in the House address some of the concerns related to potential state defrayal of doula coverage. This language is consistent with the approaches taken in other states on doula coverage. The House also made changes to provide more flexibility for ways to implement doula services in the commercial market and made technical changes at the request of CDPHE.
See no further discussion. The motion is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 175. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 175.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 175. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Pelton R., Pelton B., Minority Leader Lundin,
She used that. She used it.
Liston.
She just used it. I've never used that. Should I use it?
With a vote of 29 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 175 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Give us a picture, Coleman.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 123?
Break them.
Senate Bill 123 by Senators Priola and Hansen and Representatives Morrow and Froelich concerning the creation of an enterprise that is exempt from the requirements of Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution to administer a fee-based waste tire management program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move that the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 123.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, the House made some minor technical amendments, nothing big. Ask for an aye vote.
Purely technical, huh? The motion is that the Senate concur.
They weren't very big.
With the technical House amendments to Senate Bill 123, are there any no votes? Senators Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin,
No shit.
Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston,
Yeah, this is a good.
Kirkmeyer, Smallwood,
Sitting on our porch.
Gonzalez,
I know shit. No more waste tires.
Van Winkle,
Yeah, you're right.
with a vote of 25 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move for the repass of Senate Bill 123.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption is the repassage of Senate Bill 123. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B. Pelton R. Simpson, Gonzalez. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 123 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Message from the House.
May 6, 2024, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 162 and Senate Bill 201. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Riser of Statutes. Senate Bills 200 and 229 amended as printed in House Journal May 5, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Riser of Statutes. House Bill 1472 amended as printed in House Journal May 5, 2024 and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal May 6, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 217. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Riser of Statutes. Senate Bills 210, 47, and 48 amended as printed in House Journal, May 5th, 2024.
Julie, is your amendment ready?
Message from the reviser.
May 6th, 2024. We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1472, without comment as amended Senate Bills 200, 229, 210, 47, and 48.
I'll be here for you.
Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 210?
Senate Bill 210 by Senators Fenberg and Pelton B. and Representative Sirota concerning modifications to laws regarding elections and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 210.
Any discussion?
Uh,
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House messed with our bill 6 times, but they were largely cleanup amendments of the cleanup bill to make it more clean. And for instance, they changed the word general election to presidential general election. And they cleaned up some of the parts around Cora and access to information from county clerks during election time. It sunset the powers of the county clerk to set the hours instead of the county commissioners. Provided some information in the ledge deck and changed or added some effective dates for sections around the lowering of the pre-registration to 15 and for RCV regarding making sure that we only do it when we have had enough counties that have done it in their respective counties and have the experience to do so. All good amendments to clean up the bill. Ask for an aye vote.
That's the best.
Seeing no further, there is further discussion.
Just call it a tax.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to know if you guys would know, the sponsors would know, if Amendment 29 was included. This had to do with designating elected officials for elections. Was that incorporated? Do you all know? It was an issue brought up to me by my county commissioners, and I just wonder if it got incorporated in the House amendments.
You support that? You want that amendment? Or you?
He just wanted to know if it happened.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, L29 was adopted in the House.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motions that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 210. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Lister. Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 210.
Senator Lister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I just wanted to express my thanks to the sponsors and especially to Senator Fenberg for working with me and others on this piece of legislation. I know there were a lot of cross currents and so forth, so I appreciate the good senators, both of them, what they were doing, and I will be an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 210. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent. Oh, I looked. Don't make me do this again, y'all. Mr. No votes on 210. No votes on 210. Mr. Minority Leader. Gardner. Rich. Baisley. Van Winkle. Pelton R. You're going to cut him off. With a vote of, y'all sure? Okay. With a vote of 28 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 210 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Smallwood? Oh, was your hand up? Co-sponsor? Okay. Take it.
Majority Leader Rodriguez. Reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of House Bill 1051.
Motion is for the reconsideration of House Bill 1051. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1051?
House Bill 1051 by Representatives Basenecker and Morrow and Senators Gonzalez and Priola concerning the regulation of businesses that obtain a permit from the Public Utilities Commission to tow motor vehicles and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of House Bill 1051 on third reading and final passage. And for the love of everything holy, I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, members asked for an aye vote on this, but I wanted to just thank all the stakeholders that worked on this bill, from the TLRC this summer through the process to my co-prime sponsor, and to the folks who took the time late night to show up and testify for this bill, and all the really powerful stories about the need for change, and ask for an aye vote.
Motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1051. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Pelton B, Pelton R, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Liston. With a vote of 25 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1051 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Smallwood. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1472 by Representatives Brown and Pugliese and Senators Mullica and Gardner concerning matters related to certain tort actions and in connection therewith increasing the cap on non-economic damages, allowing siblings to bring a wrongful death action in certain circumstances, increasing a wrongful death damages cap, increasing the medical malpractice wrongful death damages cap, and increasing the medical malpractice non-economic damages cap.
Finance. Announcements. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Finance Committee is meeting. We heard from the Vice Chair already. We are hearing House Bill 1219, House Bill 1340, and 1373. In addition to those, we are hearing House Bill 1148 and House Bill 1472. For the record, on the calendar, House Bill 1373 will be heard last of those 5, though. And 1472. And we'll be meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I lied and said we were going to meet at 2:20. We clearly are not doing that. We are meeting State and Military Affairs Committee at 2:55 to hear the previously stated 5 bills in the Old Supreme Court.
Mr. Majority Leader. Recess.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience and the work this morning. Just to clarify that we will be recessing so we can go to the committee hearings that will happen upon adjournment, and then we will return to do the tributes, and upon the end of that, we will do appropriations, and then we will return to the floor. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your work. Mr. President, I move that we recess until 3 p.m. today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The aye has it, and the Senate will recess until 3 p.m. today.